want to get back into doing all of that because, like I said, I enjoy it. So I think that by starting Garbage again and starting to post more in there, and if you're not familiar, that's my YouTube channel. That's youtube.com at Garbage Online. And by starting that, I feel like I can become active again, potentially lose a little bit of weight, but mostly just get back into doing the stuff I had a lot of fun doing. That's going out to motorsports events. That's going out to car shows. That's going out to even SEMA show, and just interacting with the people there and getting back to that. I love that, and I miss it so much. Again, I enjoy what I do at Motor Trend. It's been a great job. It's been a great career, honestly. But I just want to do stuff that I love again while I have the chance to do it. And like I said, there's a little bit of wanting to become a little more active out of the seat here. I know streaming seems like a weird way, but part of what I want to do with these streams is do an IRL stream. And I've not only have I got SEMA planned for that already, but just to let you guys know, I've already been confirmed to do a live stream from Super Lap Battle that Saturday. So I'll be out there talking to the drivers, talking about the cars that are out there with you guys, and showing what Super Lap Battle is all about from potentially an audience that probably wouldn't normally see it, which is what the goal is with Twitch, is trying to get people experienced and exposed to the automotive culture as well. I think there should be more people doing what I'm going to be doing, because I think by reaching out to people like you guys who are on Twitch and probably don't really do the automotive stuff because you probably think, oh, it's too difficult, oh, it's too boomerish, it's too too much this, that, or the other. It's really not. It's really a great culture to be a part of, and I want all of you to experience that along with me. So not only am I going to do streams just sitting here at my house talking to you guys in the camera, I'm also going to be going out to events and streaming those events where I can. Hopefully I can do that quite a bit more than onesies, twosies. But for now, kind of expect me to do at least 1 to 2 events per month if there are enough to do that. And that's the other thing, is there may not be enough events to do that. Especially coming up with winter. But that's also the beautiful thing about Southern California, is our winters aren't that bad and until you get up to the mountains. So being able to go out to some of these smaller shows and showing people what they're all about with this live streaming, and talking to the people that, not only that, not just showing the cars, but talking to the people that are involved. That's again, one I want to be doing at Super Lap Battle. That's one we're doing at SEMA as well, and so that you guys can hear these people's stories, because that's the other thing I miss really doing at Motor Trend. Because being in news, you don't really get to be as much of a storyteller as you'd like to be, and that's another thing I kind of miss by not doing garbage stuff, by not doing stuff of my own. Because what I really liked doing was getting other people's stories out there. Talking to builders, talking to drivers, talking to anybody involved in the industry, and getting their story out there for people to read or see, in the case of the YouTube channel. So this is what the Twitch channel's plans are, is to do the same thing but in a more live setting. And as I explained in some of my socials, this isn't my first time doing this. I've done streaming before, way back before there was a streaming channel like Twitch. I worked at Moto IQ, which was my very first paid gig, and I helped work on Moto IQ Radio, and eventually transitioned into taking over as the host. There was William Kennedy, who was the host first. He had to step away due to his education, And that's where I stepped in, because before that, I had radio experience. I actually worked at a place called WHAP 1140, or not 1140. Oh gosh, I don't remember what the broadcast number was. But anyhow, it was an AM radio station in Hopewell, Virginia. By the way, for those who don't know, I'm not originally from California. You can't tell that now because a lot of my original twang is gone. It'll come out every once in a while, but I used to live on the East Coast, specifically Virginia. And one of the places I did a gig with was that radio station. Ironically, what got me into it was a friend of mine named Brent Fleener. He got me into the radio station because he saw me at an event, heard me talking. He's like, you've got kind of a voice for this radio thing. Why don't you come in and try it? Because at the time I was seriously trying to become a race car driver. I'm not going to lie. That's why I mostly got into media, because I was trying to show that I've always been a big guy. So I wanted to show that, yeah, I'm a big guy and I have racing talent, but I also have the talent to be in the media to talk about this kind of stuff. And that's why I really started into this journey of being a journalist, a radio host, a podcaster, and now a streamer. But the original intent was to show that I was media trained, that I could do this. And then I learned, hey, wait a minute. There's actually a really neat world within motorsport that I didn't realize existed. There's this media thing. This media thing is actually kind of fun. And then I started learning that, hey, the big thing I love about motorsport is driving. Well, I can easily do that by being an auto journalist. Oh, you know what? Hey, this might be a career for me. And it turns out it has been. I've been doing this. I started out as an auto mechanic and service writer before I stepped into media. So let's get that out of the way. But, growing up, you kind of saw, obviously there was Motor Trend magazine, there was Car and Driver magazine, all this stuff you saw on the magazine rack that used to be in every store that's not there anymore. And I always knew it was there, but I never knew that I could do it. And the reason is because a lot of people who tell you about journalism tell you have to go to school. I'm going to tell you right now, I did not go to school for journalism. I went to school for computer electronics engineering. Yeah, see how that ended up. But that's the thing, is like, there are so many stories about people who went to go get an education and never ended up doing the thing they were trying to learn. And I happen to be one of those people. But my family's proud of what I did. They wanted me to get the education. I got it. And it's been helpful. It's really helped me as an auto tech when I was doing it, because I was coming into that middle of the road transition from where the technology in cars during the very late 90s to early 2000s, it's unbelievable how far automotive has gone. Nowadays, a car is more like a rolling mobile phone than it is a car. And I was within that start of that transition. I remember as an auto tech when CAN bus was this new radical thing. If you're not familiar, don't feel bad. It's something that's been around for a while, and it's how most cars work up until recently, and we'll get into that one day. But I have been in an interesting place in the history of automotive. I was, as much as I would love to have been there at the start of the automotive industry, I think being here right now is equally interesting. We're not only seeing new technology involved in how cars communicate within each other, within itself, I should say, but we're seeing just all kinds of just really innovative ways to make a car work. I'm talking about the actual moving of the car. And Jesus, got on a tangent. Sorry about that. But I just want to explain like where I've come from, and in my journey has been kind of interesting. I always tell people whenever they ask me, is like, who do I compare you to? And probably the best thing is to say that if you remember a guy named Adam Richman on Food Channel, I think it was Food Channel. Anyway, he was a person that started out working as a bellboy. I think it was bellboy. What is that? Anyway, he bussed tables. That's it. He bussed tables as a waiter, moved his way into the kitchen, became a sous chef, and now he's a TV host. I'm kind of the same thing, except on the automotive side. I started out as a mechanic. I worked as a service writer. I sold parts, delivered parts, and now I'm a journalist. You can kind of see the parallels here. But I've done a few other things in between, but most of my life has been tied into the automotive sector. And again, I want to show people that while cars have become more complicated, that complication shouldn't stop you from enjoying the vehicle. Shouldn't stop you from becoming a part of the culture that is the automotive world. Because you don't need to be technical to understand the culture itself. And apparently my neighbors are starting to talk outside. I have the window open just to keep it kind of cool in here. Otherwise, I'd have to turn the fan on. That would not be great. Anyhow, so let's go ahead and get started on this whole idea I had about SEMA prep and kind of showing what equipment I'm going to be using, because that's kind of the other thing I would like to encourage people to do, is to give IRL streaming a try as well. Because while, yeah, I can do the automotive stuff, there are other experiences out there that people could do and do somewhat easily. It's not as complicated as it used to be. And if you look up something like an IRL backpack, it can come off as a very expensive hobby. It doesn't have to be. And I kind of want to show how I'm starting, but I'm also going to show you how you could start, because it doesn't even have to be as complicated as I'm making it. So let me get that backpack, which is fortunately right here. This guy right here. Now, it's not complete. There's still a few things I need to do. Oops, just bumped the microphone. There are a few things I need to still install, but the heart of it is not even the backpack itself. Inside here is the heart. Let me make sure I get this on camera here. So I have a lot of the streaming backpacks that you see that are on for sale for the $3-4 grand. They boil down to something very similar to this basic setup. And this is still expensive. You could get cheaper than this and have a good IRL streaming kit. But this is a miniature PC. Mine's an AMD PC because I'm an AMD fanboy. Deal with it. The other part is a mobile router and a battery pack. Now, this battery pack I've tested to last about 2 to 2.5 hours, powering everything except for the mobile router. The mobile router I'll probably put on its own battery. It has a battery, by the way, but I may put in an accessory battery as like a small power bank. Now, this will run for 2.5 hours, but if you look at my SEMA schedule, it's a full day. It's more than 2.5 hours. So there are going to be two things that I do to make this work. So once that 2.5 hours goes, I may shorten it down to 2 hours just to give myself a little bit of leeway. But once that 2 hours is up, I switch over to this. It's a exact copy of the power bank that's going to be used to power that device. Now, here's a little secret about that. Oops. About that device. And it's the computer itself requires a barrel jack. Well, you need a way to convert this to output the 19 to 20 volts that computer needs to work. And Adafruit makes a cable that will allow you to do that. I don't have it up here right now. I think it's somewhere over there where I've stashed everything else. But that's what you do, is you plug that power bank into the computer, that mini PC, with the Adafruit Type-C to 5.5 millimeter barrel jack. And what's special about that particular cable is not only the conversion, but it's also the trigger. Unfortunately, if you just plug in a standard USB-C plug to a 5.5 barrel jack, there's nothing within that barrel jack that will tell it to output that 20 volts. So the Adafruit cable does that trigger, and it works really well. I've already tested it. Total runtime I've gotten is about 5.5 hours on both battery banks, and I can extend it by actually sitting down for a few minutes, which is probably where I'll take a rest, and plugging in to an AC outlet or AC outlet using a 140 watt capable charger to recharge that battery. Now, the camera I will be using, let me show you what my daily is. Well, daily. I have it charging right now because the battery's about dead. But this is my Panasonic Lumix S5 II X. The thing that makes it X is that it's a little more capable of doing video, and it also is black treated, and that's great for filming. Well, mostly black treated. As you can see, the numbers up here are still white. But this is basically the same as the S1 as far as capability goes. And it actually does really great stills. I've been quite happy with this camera. So that's what I normally use for not only taking photos, but doing video when I'm doing video for Carbage. Unless I happen to just need to do quick stuff. And that's where my GoPro comes in. Now, you'll probably already say, oh, wait, you can stream directly to Twitch just using the GoPro. And that's true. And that may, honestly, that may be what I'll do for SEMA. Basically just have the mobile router and just plug this in straight to my phone. But I think I'll get a little bit better quality if I use my mini PC in conjunction with everything used as like a webcam. Because you can do that with a GoPro. If you just have a regular GoPro, that's all you really need. The audio on this is okay, but I'm going to use, I don't have it with me, a small form factor wireless microphone. That's going to be on my chest, but I'm also going to use it as a handheld microphone. Actually, let me go grab that. Give me just a second, because this is kind of interesting. Yes, I am a nerd. I like this kind of stuff. So it's a Hollyland, Lark Duo Max, I think it is. But this is the little receiver. This is the part that's actually taking the microphone signals and sending it to your camera, like a GoPro. And unfortunately, you need a media mod, you either need this, which is a microphone adapter, or a media mod. I haven't liked this It's not bad if you're just using it straight off a battery, but if you're doing what I'm doing, I haven't had a really great time with it. Shooting in a car in a closed space and using that's fine. But this with the microphone mount, just it just seems to work way better for me. I don't know why. But the important part is it is a mic. Excuse me. The important part is that it is a microphone adapter, and I've jury rigged a holder for it. Yeah, don't ask. Anyway, the receiver just the receiver just mounts like that, and it's actually kind of loose. It's the one thing I don't like about this, but I have a fix. And it's actually already mounted to my S5. Probably saw is that weird little offshoot looking sprig that's coming off on the left-hand side of the mic, or left-hand side of the camera cage. But that's not the only part. As I said, the microphone is a small form factor like this. And that I can just put under my shirt with the little magnet here. And right there's a microphone for you. And what you're seeing me doing right now is just making sure that it's in the right place. Generally, when you do a lav mic, you kind of want to have it roughly in the center of your chest, because that's where a lot of your sound actually gets amplified as well as you're talking. You don't realize it. You think it's just coming out of your mouth and doing that. But really, the sound that's coming out of your mouth is dynamic. It actually goes everywhere, and it does impact your chest and gets echoed out, or reflected out, not echoed out. But anyway, that's kind of how I generally figure it out. If I get somebody that's with me and I want to tag them up as well, I'll get them to do that as well and put it right there at their pinky. But that's not convenient in every situation. If you got somebody who's got their shirt tucked in, they really can't do that. So what I want to do instead is take this little stand here and plug my microphone into it. That's what this is literally designed for. And you can use it as an interview microphone. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, this might work really well. And in my testing, it really has. So I'm really excited about being able to use that. Now, just in case, if for some reason my live stream at SEMA doesn't happen to work, the S5 is my backup. It's going to be how I still get content from the SEMA show. I honestly hope it doesn't work out. It doesn't happen. I want to stream. That's what I want to do. And my neighbor's kid is being a little bouncy today. Great. So you may hear a little bit of rattling, things like that going on. Hopefully not. And checking my stream here. Excuse me. But yeah, I will have content coming from SEMA that I will post at least on the YouTube channel. And that's a backup. That is simply a backup. That is not the main plan. My main plan is to live stream on Twitch from the SEMA show. And Super Lap Battle. Same thing with that. What else should I point out? Oh, the thing with the GoPro. Like I said, I can use that as a webcam by plugging it in using that USB-C port and going directly into my mini PC. But you don't have to do that. The great thing about the GoPro app is that it will actually record straight to Twitch. So if you're looking to get into IRL streaming or streaming in general, that's a cheap way to do it. It's just buy the GoPro camera, use the Quick app, and stream straight to Twitch. You can do that. The one thing I will recommend, and this is the same for everybody that does IRL streaming, is that you should get some sort of wireless router, this guy up here. Because that will give you a more consistent data streaming. Because then you can just, your phone only has to worry about streaming out. It doesn't have to worry about trying to send the signal out to the 4G network. That will take care of that. So the connection will be more consistent. Now, the next thing that I will eventually get is a second mobile router. And the reason is eventually I want to use a program called Speedify that will give me multiple connections. That router will, for now, be connected to T-Mobile's 5G network. What I plan on doing is either getting a mobile router that has an eSIM, which is, because that still uses a SIM card, by the way. An eSIM is basically a SIM card simulator, for lack of a better description. But that will allow you to network jump. It's the kind of the beauty of an eSIM, is that it doesn't hold to one particular network if it doesn't have to. It'll jump around between the CDMA and whatever else there is. I don't remember off the top of my head. But that's the beauty of an eSIM. It'll let you do that. I need some water. Excuse me. So yeah, if you can get something, a mobile router with an eSIM, that's even better, because then it's not guaranteed to always work, but it's guaranteed to work much better than just a straight single carrier SIM card. But that's going to be, I'm still going to have a single carrier SIM card as a secondary network that Speedify can connect into, along with the eSIM, and of course vice versa. Again, you don't need that if your phone network is really good and your phone is really good. Mine's potato. You don't have to necessarily have a mobile router. It's just better to have a mobile router in that case. Now, as far as setting up, my camera backpack, hang on. Oh, where'd I put it? Oh, it's right here. Yes, I get distracted easily. But the way I'm going to mount the GoPro as I'm walking around right now is going to be a strap adapter with my little quick release system. And messing around with it, just wearing it basically around the house and walking around, I'm not entirely thrilled with how the GoPro moves around. Now, the GoPro is going to have, smoothing. That's, again, the great thing about GoPro. Even the Hero 9 I've got, it's got decent smoothing on it. But the issue is that it doesn't stop all that movement, especially as a webcam. I think it actually turns that smoothing off. So, unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to do that. And that does kind of still work. Worst case scenarios, that's what I end up doing. But the other thing I'm thinking about doing is utilizing this guy. I like it fits in the whole screen. This is a travel tripod that allows you to go to a monopod, and I added this little foot here. See, it's just a little tripod adapter. And this, it's not super tight like it is now, but there we go. But as you can see, this will allow me to extend. So if I wanted to, say, do a quick view within a car, I could just slide it in, kind of like if you had a slider. But I'm also thinking about using this as the mount in my backpack. I haven't fully explored that option yet. I might do that today as part of my furtherance of trying to get this setup dialed in. But for now, the main plan is to use the camera strap mount for the GoPro. The other reason I bought that is because my S52X also has that quick adapter on there, so that way I can just kind of put the camera here if I just don't want to carry it anymore. And that camera is actually capable of connecting to my phone, but I have yet to get it to actually connect. I don't know what's going on with that. I would like to get that figured out because it would it would actually give me again a secondary camera in case for some reason my GoPro doesn't end up working for reasons. But having this as a webcam or as a streaming cam could provide a better picture, but that doesn't really matter when you're streaming at 1080p anyway. But this is meant to be a video camera, and it actually has active cooling inside. That's the other nice thing about this particular big S5 is that it will cool itself. So the GoPro could overheat, but in this guys, it might not overheat as much because this is a metal shell, so that'll help with some of the heat dissipation. That's the other advantage going with this setup has too, is that you have more exposed surface area for your GoPro to cool down. Whereas with your media mod here, this is plastic, so a lot of that transference of heat doesn't really happen. And I've noticed that this can get kind of hot when wearing the media mod. If you're just doing short video, it's perfectly fine, but for using as a stream camera, yeah, probably should use something else, and that's where the small rig comes in handy. The other advantage to the small rig is that not only does it have cold shoe mounts, I've got one extra one on here, but it's blocked off because of this guy, but it also has quarter 20 connections. So if I need to mount something else for some weird reason, I can. And it also, the other great advantage about this cage versus the media mod is that it easily accepts quarter 20 fitment, or if you want to use it, it does have the GoPro legs on it, and it's much easier to reach the screw than it is on the GoPro. Now this particular foot setup I have here, this mount, edge cam mount, this is an integrated mount by PG&Y Tech, and I really want to see if they have, I'm going off a tangent here by the way, so excuse me. I really want to see if they have a version of this that isn't just this quick release mount, because the other great thing this thing has is you can flip that up and you can adjust on the fly. I keep bouncing my camera, or bouncing my microphone here. But once you find your position, all you do is just close it up. I really would like to find another thread mount like that, because that's really great. It makes adjusting that GoPro so much easier. Anyway, trying to think if there's anything else for that stuff. No. So that's my plan. And again, if you're trying to get into doing IRL streaming on your own, or even just streaming in general, again, the GoPro with the quick app and a phone, that's more than what you need. A lot of people that do IRL streaming will actually do it from their phone. There are plenty of people who will wear a pocketed t-shirt and just pop their camera or pop their phone in their pocket and just stream all day doing that. And that works. Doesn't work with my phone because, again, potato. But it is a possibility if you want to get into streaming yourself. Oh, speaking of phones, this is the one last piece of equipment I will go over. To read the chat as I'm walking around, no matter where I'm at, I'm going to be wearing this guy. Give me just a second. I'll show you what it is. Though, if y'all are smart enough, which I'm pretty sure y'all are, whoops, you'll figure this out already. But it's a phone mount. Kind of hard to see, but it's a phone mount. So my phone will mount into this rubber strap and allow me to just look over like that. Not necessarily like that. I'm doing it like this so you guys can see. But basically, it will allow me to look at a stream chat by looking at my phone. And I'm debating on how I want to really wear it, but it'll probably be more like that. And yeah, I kind of see, well, I may see some of the irony in me going to Vegas and wearing something that's essentially a Pip-Boy. I'm a Fallout 4 nerd. Sorry, I'm a Fallout nerd in general. Anywho, so yeah, that's how I'll chat while I'm doing the IRL streaming, both at SEMA and at Super Lap Battle the following weekend. Okay, so we got that out of the way. Like I said, I do have. Here we go. Kind of give you guys an idea. It's not showing there for some reason. Anyway, right now I've already got, I want to say it's 4, maybe 5 interviews lined up already. So this is going to be talking to not only people within the industry, but people who are, of course, going to try and sell their products while they're there. That's the whole thing about the SEMA show. It is a trade show. But I'm going to be talking to builders. I'm going to be talking to people who are PR and stuff like that. And the other part of it is I am going to try and get as much video outside as well as inside. So, my whole SEMA IRL is not just going to be inside the SEMA show, which I think most people want to see anyway. The thing that makes that a little difficult if you've never been to the SEMA show, and I don't know how other conventions are right now as far as security goes, but it'll be tricky to go between, because for those of you who are not familiar with the SEMA show, let me show you the map. Give me just a second here. There's floor plan. Okay. Now let me transfer over. Might take a minute. Okay, good. Wow, this is taking forever to load. And I'm using Opera. What's up with that? Here we go. So for those of you who are probably more familiar with the Las Vegas Convention Center, you'll immediately know how big this show is when you realize it's not just 1 or 2 or even 3 halls. It's the entire convention center. So you have your West Hall, and that's mostly for the guys. As you can see, it's for the restyling and car care accessories, truck and SUV and off-road. So that's where all the truck stuff's at. Then you walk over the Sky Bridge here to North Hall. This is where SEMA Show used to stop going towards the north. But now you have all of West Hall as well. So you walk all the way through here, walk over to Sky Bridge, and you now get to North Hall. And that's where the restyling and car care stuff used to be. Now they do this just for mobile electronics, first time exhibitors. You can read it there. It's this stuff down here. Now, when you see the lobby, this is, if you've been to Las Vegas Convention Center, I think what they're referencing here is where the Starbucks and I'm trying to think where else that is. I think it's the Starbucks, and that's probably the little cafeteria they have there. And then you get into Central Hall. From here, this, I believe, North Central and South Hall are what's usually used for CES, and may even just be Central Hall and South Hall. I have to look at their map at one day. But anyhow, Central Hall is where all the big stuff happens. This is where the hot rods are. This is where your racing and performance stuffs are. So if you're looking for like stock cars, funny cars, drag cars, any kind of racing car, and restoration stuff, power sport, that's all here. Actually, power sports and utility vehicles, that used to be in South Hall. And that's where the off-road stuff used to be as well. South Hall Upper was UTV and off-road at one time. But now it's collision repair and refinish and tools and equipment. Ironically, there's actually a whole separate show, again, if you're not familiar with what goes on during this week. SEMA is the aftermarket guys. This is the performance guys, race car guys, people like that. And I'm using guys as a general, not as a saying it's only men. Plenty of women go to the show too. Anyway, there is actually a whole other show called Apex, APPEX, and that deals with tools and equipment and things like that. This is where, if you're looking for a tire changer, if you're looking for a lift, if you're looking for an alignment rack, or you're looking for the tools that will make your job easier as a mechanic or as a shop owner, Apex is where you go. SEMA is where you go to have maybe a little bit of fun, but also talk about the race car stuff. Anyway, so South Hall Upper, that's now collision repair and refinish, tools and equipment. And this is still Global Tire Expo. This is where all your wheels and tires and stuff like that for the aftermarket take place. Up in here somewhere, that's where the media center is. I believe it's like right around here somewhere. But anyway, that kind of gives you an idea just how big the SEMA show is. And again, there's a whole other set of meeting rooms, and what this doesn't show is everything that's outside. There's stuff on this side that's outdoor. There's stuff out here. It used to be called SEMA Out Front that happens. And out back over here, or over here, I think it's over here actually, that's where there's more stuff going on. So no, it is not just these halls. It's stuff out here. It's stuff out here. It's stuff out here. There is a whole lot going on during the SEMA show. And this is also where you typically do your Uber and Lyft and taxi stuff. But yeah, this show is massive. And I still think it's potentially bigger than CES is. I think CES mainly does this area. But again, I'll have to double check one day. But we're not talking about CES. We're talking about SEMA. But yeah, that's basically what the SEMA show is all about. And again, like I said, there's the great thing is there's a whole nother show going on at the same time just for the people who want to talk about tools and talk about invest in their shop. And what's funny is SEMA is also tied in with something called the PRI, the Performance Racing Industry Show. That takes place in Indiana. That's in December. So that show is nothing but racing. That's all it talks about, along with aftermarket stuff in general for performance. The performance part of the racing and performance industry show. But SEMA is the big show. This is the probably one of the biggest automotive shows that's still going on. Other auto shows have tanked. This was started to happen before the big P, as I'm going to call it. The pause, if you want to call it that, and kind of get a better clue what I'm talking about. A lot of these shows were starting to get the writing on the wall. So, like, there was the LA Auto Show was the next big auto show after SEMA that everybody used to look forward to. A little debris. Anyway, LA Auto Show was the next one. This year, unless something drastic changes after this year, I'm concerned that the LA Auto Show will be no more. Compared to the SEMA show is absolutely huge. But now, as OEMs are starting to do more of their own types of events, because I'm going to let you guys in on a secret about a lot of these shows, especially industry shows like this. And as some people may have found out, like, for example, not to brag on him, but like Sea-Dog VA, he had his thing going on at TwitchCon. I think it was last year. He set up a booth, and of course everything went wrong for him, but that was beside the point. He found out just how expensive these shows are. I think he was quoting somewhere around $3,000 to $7,000, and I think his was just 2 days. The SEMA show is nearly just as expensive, and you have to pay that for, I think it's 4 days, technically 5. Well, no, actually it's a full week almost, because those guys start getting stuff in on Sunday. You can set up Sunday if you can get permission to do it, but typically everybody starts setting up on Monday. Tuesday is the start of the show, and it goes on through Friday. And Friday, as far as I know, is still a public day. So if you wanted to be somebody that wanted to just go to the show and you're in Vegas, I believe you can still go to the show. That is the public day, typically. But they also have a new show that's going on. It's kind of like a big festival. Like, there's a big music thing that's going on after the actual SEMA show. There's now a SEMA Fest. And I think it also somewhat coincides with the celebration of the Formula One race that's happening in Las Vegas now. I remember that was a big part of it for SEMA Fest last year, if I remember correctly. But the F1 race is not too far after that. So SEMA Fest kind of encompasses this whole thing. Anyway, but as a manufacturer or even an OEM, and here's the thing, the booth size is, it can cost so much and the booth is not that big. I can only imagine what Toyota pays for, because they take over the space that Ford used to take over. And I've already seen from the deeper floor plan that actually shows you where every manufacturer is going, that, like, Honda used to have a pretty decent sized booth as well, and it looks like theirs is shrinking. So while big OEMs are not really doing shows anymore, there's still a small OEM presence. But anyway, LA Auto Show, I'm actually quite concerned. I know I'm talking about LA Auto Show when I should be talking about SEMA, but it's a show that I'm concerned about, and I had a lot of fun covering that show as well. But this year, I think there's only 2 or 3 major OEM announcements, where it used to be 2 solid days were all media days for covering OEM announcements. This is, there are 4 OEM announcements, but of the 4, I've only heard of 2. But what does have me kind of encouraged about the LA Auto Show is that they are starting to embrace being more than just an OEM auto show. Just last year when I went, they had the Overland. It wasn't Overland Expo. That's a other thing. It's a whole other show. I hear that's growing, but it's kind of like an Overland Expo, but in the LA Auto Show. And it wasn't a huge footprint, at least last year. It was actually, and ironically, it was supposed to be outdoors, but then Stellantis pulled out the last minute, and the people who were running the Overland Expo area had been asked, "Hey, can we move you inside?" And of course, they said yes because it gave them more area as well. So I think that's, if LA Auto Show is going to survive, it's going to have to do something like that. It's not going to be a celebration of what's new to the market as far as OEM goes. I think it would start surviving by being like an all-encompassing auto show. Something that doesn't necessarily look at just like WECFest, where it's just imports or small cars. It doesn't usually have hot rods. Not like the Grand National Roadster Show. That was the roadster show I was trying to think of during the pre-show and totally forgot for some reason. Sorry, guys. But, Grand National Roadster Show, that's more hot rods, and there is a little bit of the lowrider influence in that show, which you saw with my slideshow that plays before this show started. So we see some of that. But again, you don't see imports. You don't see Hondas. You don't see Toyotas. They're not in that show. And then, of course, there's Off-Road Expo. But that's, again, just all off-road stuff. I think the way that LA Auto Show survives, if it does survive, is while it still has a small OEM presence, like you still can see some of the new cars that are there. I think LA Auto Show needs to kind of start thinking about becoming this all-encompassing show that shows all automotive cultures coming together. Hot rodders, low riders, tuners, performance car guys, off-road guys, and have everything in that LA Auto Show space to make this show survive. Because if it doesn't, it's going to be the next Geneva. Geneva. Actually, did Geneva happen this year? I don't remember. And that's the other thing. I don't remember if Geneva happened. But a lot of these big auto shows are disappearing as far as anything that requires an OEM involvement. Like LA Auto Show, like Geneva, like Paris, like New York, like Detroit. But as OEMs are starting to do kind of their own thing, where they set up their own space and do their own reveal at their own time, at their own pace, at their own budget. Because that's again, doing an auto show like LA Auto Show, even like SEMA, it's expensive. Twitch, what CDawg VA saw at TwitchCon last year is unfortunately normal. And it's because, a lot of times it's because these shows and these convention centers know that there's not really much of a other place you can do this. Again, unless you're Ford, Chevy, Dodge, or anybody else. So that's the reality of the auto show. That's why the new car show, these shows are kind of either shrinking really by leaps and bounds like we see with LA Auto Show, or just disappearing in general. But SEMA is beating it, and even though we don't have Ford there anymore, we don't have Chevrolet there anymore, the aftermarket has gladly filled that up. And other OEMs that you wouldn't think about, like Toyota, for example, they have stepped up. Stellantis is still there for now. I don't think they're going to pull a last minute pull like they did with LA Auto Show. I don't see that happening. In fact, there's a lot of really interesting stuff going on with Stellantis if you haven't been paying attention to automotive news. But and right now, just to go off on another tangent here, sorry. But with Stellantis, they're actually thinking about selling Maserati to a Chinese firm. That's the rumor right now. How true it is, don't know. But Stellantis is in an odd place. And again, not to go off on a tangent like that, and I don't mean to. But anyway, it's about auto shows. This is what this should be about. And honestly, I'm glad SEMA's still here. I hope it continues to be here and be as big as it is, even though it means a lot of walking for me. But I hope LA Auto Show survives in some way and it finds a way to return to its glory, but in a new suit, so to speak. And my gardener's here. Hang on a second. I'm going to cut this off for just a second. Okay. Well, I'll have to deal with the lawnmower guy for just a minute. Oh, thought he went away. Unfortunately, I can't really close my window because of how I have my AC set up. You can kind of see how unfortunately I use a portable AC unit. I think he's going now. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's a good thing. The other great thing about Southern California is that the grass doesn't grow terribly high all that often. Though here recently, well, up until several weeks ago, we actually had pretty decent rainstorms, so they really needed to come out here quite often, but apparently not today. Apparently not this week or this month. We haven't had much rain here in Southern California, but we have had so much rain that it almost is a good thing it's not raining right now. Anyhow, let's go ahead and transition over from talking about SEMA and my personal SEMA prep. But let's go ahead and go to my next topic. And originally I was going to do this as like an aftermarket automotive news, but there's really not much. So this segment's going to be a little bit shorter than I had planned for. I kind of want to talk an hour, but unfortunately with the SEMA show, a lot of the aftermarket news, of course, kind of in a slower pace. It doesn't come out as much as what we would like to see because, again, SEMA show happens in, 2 weeks? Yeah, 2 weeks. Anywho, but let's go ahead and talk about some of the news I did find I would like to talk to you about. And one of the big things that happened in the past few weeks was Brembo has acquired Ollins Racing. And this image you see here kind of gives away if you're unfamiliar with one or the other, or even both. Ollins is a suspension company. They're really, really, really well known in motorcycles, which again, this image kind of shows, But they do also produce automotive shocks and struts and dampers. They actually sell something for my little Mini, but I haven't been able to afford that. Great brand. They're one of the few that if you were going to buy an aftermarket suspension system, or at least the dampers, they were the ones to go for. It's either them, Bilstein, or KW. Brembo is a brake manufacturer if you're unfamiliar. And you'll see them. What's really neat about Brembo is that you'll see them on OEM cars quite a bit. Usually their main color, their mainstay is red. So if you see a red caliper, it's either a real Brembo or somebody who wants to look like they have a Brembo. Yeah. People fake it. But Brembo, as this image shows, is more than just automotive brakes. They do a lot of stuff. And they're a lot bigger company than what most people will probably think. But here, again, Brembo, it's made in Italy. Allen's, I think, it's Swedish. It says it right there. But Brembo has acquired Allen's Racing for $405 million. And according to this story, the short story, it's the largest acquisition in Brembo's history. And I believe that, So it makes me really wonder how their booth is going to look for the SEMA show coming up in a couple of weeks. But to me, it's kind of a big shock because I didn't know Allen's would even be wanting to sell right now. Again, when it comes to OEM involvement, they have a good involvement with the motorcycle industry. Not so much the car industry. Again, typically for an OEM equivalent or OEM performance stuff, that's more on, if it's not for cars, for cars, Bilstein or Multimatic. Those are the two you'll hear about right now. Again, Allen's does have a automotive suspension segment, but they're just not very strong in, like, for example, going to, say, the Ford Mustang GTD that's coming out. That's Multimatic. For general stuff, you'll usually see Bilstein. So I wonder if this will start to encourage more OEMs to start going to an all-in suspension system, because it'd be great. They have great product. Again, I've not heard anybody really complain about Allens when they have it on their motorcycles. I could only imagine just how good it could be for cars. But again, with Brembo having such a huge influence on the OEM side with their brakes, I really hope this does break Allens into the more of the automotive sector. Because again, it's a great product. Any motorcycle I have happened to ride, usually it's a dirt bike, but that's neither here nor there. Great stuff. You can't go wrong with an Allens system. So hopefully we will see more cars with Allens on them. If not, I kind of wonder what Brembo is actually going to do with them. But yeah, that's the other thing too. While this is Swedish, it was originally owned by Tenneco. And Tenneco is the parent company of Koni, if I remember correctly. Unless that got sold recently. It may have. I have to double check on that. Anyway, another big thing, at least for the automotive or off-road aftermarket, is this Don Kayat group. Kayat? I hope I pronounced that right. Anyway, apparently these guys are known for two brands known as Terrain Tamer and Flash Lube brands. Terrain Tamer is an off-road brand, as you can see here. They're mostly based in Australia, but they're coming over to the U.S., much like ARB has. So I think that's who they're trying to potentially they're either going to compete with or they're going to work as another reseller. But I believe these guys make their own components. Looking briefly into their own story, which was, where was that? Our history. Reading into their history, it sounds like these guys are a competitor to ARB. So we'll have to see how that works out. Right now, ARB is one of the biggest off-road brands that's out there right now. They recently purchased four-wheel parts from what was once, it got branded Hoonigan, but really it's not the Hoonigan we were thinking it was. Like, there's Hoonigan, the media company, and there's Hoonigan, who was once a part of Wheel Pros. That's been divested from the Hoonigan brand, so Hoonigan Media is still around and still their own thing. The parts stuff has been sold off, and again, I heard most of that has gone to ARB, or at least the four-wheel parts side of it has, for sure. But we'll have to see how that works out with that acquisition. But yeah, going back, it sounds like this Terrain Tamer people are a ARB competitor more than a reseller, like say a Summit Racing or a Jegs or four-wheel parts. More likely, four-wheel parts will carry these guys' parts, for example, instead of them carrying ARB parts. So yeah, that's kind of big. I tried finding out what this flash lube is. I can only imagine it's some sort of grease or oil or maybe some sort of tooling. But when you go to their website, oh, it may be working. It wasn't working earlier. Good. I can find out who these people are now. We do it in real time. But yeah, the brief thing I learned is that Flash Lube, who created this product, was invented by a German fellow here, Wolfgang Kluner. And apparently he made Flash Lube in Melbourne. Like I said, I'm learning this on the fly with you guys. So it is a lubrication system, of a lubrication product of some sort. Let's look at, oh, okay, here we go. So yeah, it's all types of lubricants, from regular silicone oil, like you would probably use in seals and things like that. Looks like he's got some sort of fuel conditioner for diesels, and an injector cleaner, so it's probably some sort of solvent they're injected in. A stabilizer. Okay, so this is sounding like they're a trying to think of the brand's name now off the top of my head. White bottle, Lucas Oil. They are a Lucas Oil competitor, from the sounds of it. So interesting. So yeah, it looks like those two brands will be coming here to the U.S. As they get brought in with the Don Kayat Spare Parts Group. So yeah, that's kind of some interesting stuff. Somewhat more OEM related is this neat little Nissan Project I want to say Tailgater, but it's Trailgater. Sorry. So this is based off of Frontier 4X, Pro 4X. Kind of a neat looking idea. I haven't really looked more into it. Okay. So, wow. Okay. That's really interesting. It has TV screen, at least on this side. I kind of wonder if it has a TV screen on the other side as well. But this will be at the SEMA show, so I'll be able to see that. I plan on seeing that as part of my Motor Trend coverage. Because the first 2 days, technically 3 days, because I'll be there Monday. Those first 3 days, I'll be there as Motor Trend, and then Thursday, and I'm debating if I'm going to come in part of Friday or if I'm just going to book it back here. Because on Saturday, I have to get over to Buttonwillow in Buttonwillow, California. That's not an easy trek. Anyway, I may book. I may stay one half extra. Excuse me, having hiccups. I may stay one extra half day at SEMA, but I'm still debating that, honestly. But yeah, it is the ultimate trail and tailgate vehicle from the looks of it, and it's some interesting stuff going on here. Excuse me. Need some water. Actually, I'll tell you what I need to do. I will be right back. I have to pause for just a moment. Actually, I should have faded that out. Anyway, let's get back into the news. Actually, let's do that one instead. Um, I will say that's the one thing I kind of liked about doing radio is that if you needed to stop, you knew when your brakes were because they were forced onto you. Yeah. um, Kind of gonna have to get myself back into my podcaster, style of standing up and leaving when you need to. Anyway, looking at this Trailgater, neat little concept. Can't wait to see more of it. Let's see what it's actually equipped with. So it's got, it does have twin, so that's what that other box is. That's the other 43-inch TV. Wow. Um, with a soundboard mounted to the rack. So apparently there's some sort of soundboard mounted here. But I wonder how, I think that's what that image is showing here is this soundbar, but your TV is right here, and the soundbar, if that's the soundbar like I'm thinking it is, it's typically a soundbar is forward facing. So I wonder how that works. But yeah, it has its own little propane propane grill. Hank Hill would kill me. Which is part of this fold-out kitchen station, which is on some sort of tracked rack here. That's really cool. I like that. This is the one thing, the one invention I've really appreciated for trucks has been these inexpensive, technically, because these things used to be really expensive. But this little rack mount system that you can just roll out and it's stable up through here, so you don't have to have any kind of like any kind of stability. This grill looks like it may offer some stability here. I saw a Dometic that might. I think that's probably gonna be a refrigerator. Yeah, the cooler refrigerator. Said there's a sink, so I wonder if it's under here somewhere. And some sort of fire pit. They don't show it here or here. But again, you can see just how nice these roll out. Yeah, that is the sound bar. I am correct. So again, I wonder how that works. But you can see just how these slide out bed racks have really improved how you can pack a truck up nowadays. Anyhow, but of course, there's also Nissan Nismo off-road parts like a lift kit, the forged upper control arms, which I don't know if those provide any additional travel. Usually when you do an upper control arm, you can gain a little bit more travel in your suspension. So hopefully that is. There's high performance rear shocks, which the Nissan Frontier is still a leaf spring truck. The only one that's not leaf spring anymore, kinda, is the Toyota Tacoma. There is still a leaf spring Tacoma, but I think it's on the base model and one other, but I don't remember what the one other is. But that's otherwise, it's just like the new Tundra, where it has a coilover rear suspension or coil spring rear suspension with links. I could tell you that one of the issues with getting off the Nissan for a second, the one issue a lot of Tundra owners have had, besides the engine, unfortunately, has been rear tire wear. Apparently, the rear doesn't really do as well, even though it kind of doesn't make sense when you think about it in the long run, because it is a rear live axle. Yeah, I know. That's the Motor Trend speaking in me, enthusiasts. It's not so much that it is a, for the technical nomenclature of axles, this, well, actually, you kind of see it, this is considered a live axle. As a comparison, if you look at a two-wheel drive Jeep Cherokee, the old one, the old XJ, where it had two-wheel drive, but it had a bar going across to connect the two wheels together. That was technically a, what do they call that axle? Anyway, but for the aftermarket and for the enthusiasts among you, yeah, you're okay in calling this a solid axle, because that is what it is at the end of the day. It's just me calling it a live axle is me making sure I remember that as a Motor Trend guy, because I got yelled at. Not really yelled at, but I got complained that no, it's not a solid axle, even though that's what the enthusiasts call it. And I think they should continue to call it that. But for the technically minded, this is a live axle because it is being driven. There is a ring gear that's connected to an axle straight across here. Neighbor's daughter making noise again. Whereas with like the axle at the front of that XJ Cherokee two-wheel drive that I was using as my example, that's technically a dead axle because there's nothing driving it. Anyway, rant over. So yeah, I kind of want to see this in action, because again, a soundbar only projects sound in one direction, unless this is some sort of weird soundbar setup. But yeah, that's interesting, because they only projects in one direction. Even if it does project in two directions, it's not in the direction of the TVs. So I'm curious to see how that actually works. But looks really cool. I'm still kind of a Nissan fan. We're going to talk about Nissan a little bit later in this stream. It's going to be just before we go into the car mechanics simulator. That's still on the plan. But Nissan's got some interesting stuff going on within itself, and it's great to see that they're still participating, because like I said, they're going to be at SEMA show. This isn't going to be the only vehicle they have. There are, at last count, I think it's this plus 3 or 4 others, but I'm not entirely sure how many exactly. But this is the one that they've done a full thing on, a full release on. There are other, like I said, there's others that are going to be unveiled at the show. And I've had a sneak peek at those others. Unfortunately, I can't really say too much more. It's because they're just not been. They haven't even been teased yet. I don't think there's been an official teaser like what Stellantis has been doing with their SEMA show. I'm supposed to get another sneak peek at Stellantis stuff, I think, next week, because there's going to be a backgrounder coming up. And they're going to talk about what's going on at their SEMA show this year. Anyhow, I was going to talk a little bit about Holley, but really the only big thing is they have a new Signature Series premium exhaust line, which, that's cool because it's offering a more aggressive sound than stock is what their claim is, catback and axleback systems, but it's going to be made for truck applications only from the looks of it. And you see, it's actually quite a small muffler that they're using. Actually, now I am a little bit more curious about how this is going to work. It looks like it's going to work for engines smaller than V8s, considering they're including the Tacoma, the F-150, and the Ram 1500. But I wonder if that's the Hurricane Ram 1500. If you're not familiar, the Ram 1500 from model year 2024 and going forward will have the Hurricane i6 in them. That's a twin turbo straight six, makes well over 400 horsepower, and it's high performance version. There's another version coming out soon that's supposed to make even more power. How much, I'm not sure. I think it's up in the upper fives, lower sixes, maybe more. So that's got, and if you've not seen that engine, hang on, I know where you can see it right now. Motor Trend Hurricane i6. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Where is my... So, I want to open both of these. So, first of all, this is my deep dive on the Hurricane i6. This is back in 22 when the L version of the Grand Wagoneer came out. And again, the V8s, these engines are replacing V8s. Now, here's what really makes this engine significant. If you're big fans of the LS engine, you know what this is. But the engine, the crank has cross bolts going into it from outside of the block, just like an LS engine. The oil pan is also... Let's see if I can find an image of it. Should be able to show the oil pan here somewhere. Outside of this image. But anyway, yeah, here's really quick. This is how they do their intercooler. So that's the intercooler. It's actually mounted on the other side of the engine, feeding from the turbos over here. Again, it's a twin turbo straight six. So both these turbos feed into the intercooler and then go straight into the intake system. The plenum. I say system, it's plenum. So this really gives you the most direct path for this compressed air to go into the engine while still having some sort of intercooler system. And you can see it is a water-cooled intercooler. So that's again one of the other advantages of having water-cooled intercooling is that with an air-to-air, obviously you wouldn't have any air going through here, but you would also have to mount it at the front of the truck or the car or the SUV. So this is actually a part breakdown between the parts of the 510 version, which is the more powerful version right now, and the regular twin turbo. So this is the Hurricane high output and the Hurricane standard output. And as you can see, the oil pan, let's see if it gives me a good image here. The oil pan, I believe, is actually structurally part of the engine block, just like it is on the LS. That's why I really like this particular engine. It's for those of you that are like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be blowing up engines left and right because I'm towing with this. This is not the straight sixes that and turbocharged car engines that you're potentially thinking of from back in the early 90s. These engines have so much capability versus those old engines. Like, technology has come a long, long way. And this idea of, a turbocharged engine being too weak, or, the boost being too much for an engine under load while towing to be an issue, that's no longer a reality. The reality is these turbocharged engines are now capable of doing that and more. Like, there's nothing to be worried about here. The worries are unfounded nowadays. But yeah, like I was saying, there's actually going to be, at least in the aftermarket, there's for sure going to be, and this is another story I wrote, you can see here. But yeah, there's going to be these crate engines. So you have the Cat 1 and Cat 3, which are essentially just the standard output and the high output minus all of the emissions gubbins that you need for an OE engine. But there is one more that's coming out after that that's mid 1,000 horsepower, known as a Cat X or Cat 10, depending on how you want to look at how they spell that. But anyway, that again took me on a tangent, but that's what's got me kind of curious about this exhaust now, looking at how small this is, and is that what that's designed for? Is it for these now non-8-cylinder engines? And like I said, with the Tacoma and the F-150 being here, I'm pretty sure that Ram 1500 is the 2024 and up with the Hurricane i6s in them. So that'd be kind of interesting. I wonder how that would sound. Because, I will say that one of the complaints some people have with the Ford Raptor non-R, the one that's not the supercharged V8, and the Raptor Ranger, is that the turbocharged 3-liter used in the Raptor Ranger and I think it's a 3.7 in the F-150 Raptor. I have to call back on that. A lot of people, the one thing that they have a complaint about those trucks is that they sound a little too boy racer because they're turbocharged V6s. So I wonder what Flowmaster has done, or if they have done anything to make it sound a little bit less import and more V8 truck. But I wonder at the end of the day, because a lot of the sounds you hear coming from your engine bay aren't real. They haven't been real for a while. A lot of that noise that you hear from the interior is either piped in and resonated from the engine bay. So there is a little bit of reality into it, I guess, in a way. Or they do it in a similar fashion as what BMW has done, and that's use microphones and software and tuning the sound to be played through the speakers. So it'll be interesting to see what Flowmaster has done and what it sounds like. And I'll go ahead and say I do have not Flowmaster, but another exhaust brand that I'm going to be interviewing during the SEMA show, just to let you know. But yeah, that's really it as far as like news for the aftermarket right now. SEMA is when everything's going to break out and become crazy. Like I'm interested to see just how SEMA week is going to go, because there's going to be a lot of news coming out. Like, I think this is the, you get the media invites every year from these manufacturers, but it seems like this year, it seems like this year I've seen more. And speaking of other auto shows, like I was talking about during my little SEMA prep speech, when it comes to CES, I've actually started seeing stuff from people doing displays at CES earlier. So I'm kind of excited to see what's coming up in these next few months. At least as far as like automotive aftermarket goes. So 10:33. Let's tell you what. Let's go ahead and break out of the aftermarket news, and let's go into what's going on in motorsports right now. So the big, other than the USGP that's happening in Texas, the big news that's happening in motorsport this weekend is the Irwindale final. I'm going to first admit, unfortunately, this year I have not been able to pay attention to Formula D as much as I wanted to. I do promise next year that, that's going to change, because, like I said, I want to try and get back into covering all this stuff again. But looking at the final round, there's actually some quite big news going on. Irwindale is always a tough event for Formula Drift drivers, because if you've never been or never seen Irwindale, it is it's a half-mile oval on the outside, and Formula D uses turns 3 and 4 and transitions into the infield right about coming off of turn 4 and just entering onto the straightaway, and they turn into the infield for a little bit in front of the start-finish line, and then they transition into the smaller oval that's on the inside, which I think is a quarter-mile oval, the interior oval. They also use that for the crossover racing, for like the big derby, crashy events they do there. But some of the big news that's happening, it kind of surprised me to read about this, was one, Forrest Wayne failed to take the start of the seating bracket. Now, if you don't know who Forrest Wayne is, and you don't know his car, he's in an S15 powered by, the last check was a 2JZ. A 2JZ is a popular engine in drifting because it is typically a very mechanically reliable, mechanically tough engine. Obviously, if you push it too hard, like we do any engine, it will blow. But as far as like high performance engines from a stock base, 2JZ is one of the toughest you can buy. So to hear him fail to take the start because of a mechanical issue, from what I understood, that's big. That's unfortunate. So Thorne here has taken the top seating bracket. Other people with mechanical issues included Vaughn Gittin Jr. Again, a car that's typically very reliable for Vaughn and his teammates. But apparently Vaughn suffered a collision while he was chasing Thorne during this final for the top 16 seating. And apparently he wasn't the only one. Bob Hobson, his other driver, had a issue. Apparently has not had a good season this year. Poor guy. I feel sorry for him, because he got brought up when Chelsea DeNofa stepped back this year. So Ben Hobson has been the replacement driver. As you can see, it's in the Pennzoil BC Racing Mustang. So it's the same Mustang that Chelsea DeNofa was in. But man, it looks like Hobson has just had such a rough year. I feel sorry for the guy. I don't think it shows his talents all that well. Um, who else did I see that was a surprise? I believe it was James Dean. Yeah, here we go. James Dean, the third RTR Mustang, is potentially getting a buy run. Now, that could put him as this year's champion because all he has to do is basically roll up and he's going to claim the title. But again, there's indications that unfortunately Dean might be having mechanical issues right now. So that's again, it's a surprise to hear about the RTR Mustangs having mechanical issues like this. And hopefully it's nothing too permanent and something that can get fixed and actually have a real nice. Well, they wouldn't really have a real nice finale. Unfortunately, it would be because all he has to do again is just drive up, show that he's able to drive up, and that's it. Unfortunately, Odi Bakchis, great dude. If you've never met him, great fella. I really like him. I do wish him luck going into this weekend. Oh, he doesn't get by. Okay, excuse me. Audi, I think, gets the buy run. Yeah, here we go. That's wrong. Charpentier. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Yeah, he gets a buy run. So it's Audi. It's Audi that gets the buy run. And James Dean, I just saw him right there. Okay, yeah, he has to face. I think his name is Stuke, or it could be Stuke. It could be either way for me on that one. I'm sorry, I'm really bad with pronouncing names that aren't English, and even if your name is English, I probably can't pronounce it too well either. That's just been my unfortunate handicap. We'll go with. But speaking of good people, Kyle Mohan, another great guy, big representative of not only Mazda in Formula Drift but rotaries in general. But good to see he's doing well at Irwindale. Looks like he got third place in the top 32 seeding. So that's good to see him doing well. He flipping deserves that, and hopefully he gets further through and on into the finals. I would love to see him eventually win an event. It's going to be tough because I know that he's absolutely a privateer effort at this point. He has his, he does have that, but having a team or having people to kind of bounce off of like that helps a lot. So, Kyle is cool dude, but he is the driver's driver. What was really cool about Kyle is that he not only did drifting, but there was a time there where he was a regular at Redline Time Attack events, going out there with. I don't think it was a drift car, but it was something that looked really close to his old FC Arc 7. Was it FC? Yeah, it was an FC. It was a purple FC that he had who was going out there and doing some racing with. He was doing time attack racing with it. So he's absolutely a racer. Another person I'll put in that category as far as Formula, or at least former Formula D drivers, is Adam Kanapik. Hopefully I get to see him at Super Lap Battle, but we'll see. And this kind of goes back to some aftermarket news I thought was quite interesting. And this comes from me having a father that was involved in sign painting and graphics, and including painting race cars and painting cars in general. But this is made by ABBR Robotics, and what they're trying to do is make painting a car more efficient. One of the things, even with a robot sprayer, you're still wasting a lot of paint because the jetting is wide, and you have to come over a car to paint something properly. You actually have to spray not only in layers, like spraying over by about 15 to 20%, but also going past your target. let's just call it a target. So what they're trying to do here is significantly reduce that paint waste, because as cool as paint is, it is not the greatest thing to just have blowing out. That's why paint booths are set up the way they are. They're set up to. It's not only just to have a consistent and stable environment to shoot paint in, but it's also to remove the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds that are part of automotive paint, unfortunately. But I thought this was kind of interesting. Probably not as much because it's probably getting a little too in the weeds now the more I think about it. But it is kind of neat to see that paint technology is just another thing that's just continuously becoming more and more more efficient, more and better. Because the one thing I will say, and I say this generally, is that a lot of the newer Japanese cars, this Toyota, Mazda, Honda, Nissan, they all seem to suffer from a little bit of paint that doesn't just really. I'm not expecting show quality, obviously, because you're paying a stock car and you have to do it not only quick enough, but you also have to, you're spraying multiple cars a day, either by robotics or by hand. But it does seem like the paint on most of these vehicles I've seen have dropped off in quality. So seeing something like this from ABB, I know Nissan recently did something that's related to AI. I don't know what that means nowadays. AI can mean anything that except artificial intelligence, apparently. But apparently they are using something to help reduce how much paint a car uses, and making sure that the paint is done in a proper way, so it doesn't do a lot of the orange peeling and the feathering. Feathering has been the biggest thing I've seen in a lot of Japanese cars for some reason. I have no idea why. It's not. It's been building up here lately, but I don't know. And I will say it's not necessarily just Japanese cars, but it's been a lot of Japanese cars I've seen this on. There was an SUV comparison I did with Motor Trend not that long ago, and it was absolutely one of the things we noticed between the Korean built car SUVs we had and the Japanese ones. There was just a huge difference in paint quality. I mean, if you're the average person, you probably wouldn't notice. But if you're, again, somebody like me or some of the guys that review these cars and look at them closely all the time, it's something you notice. So hopefully it's technology like this that will help, but we'll see. This was cool. Lando Norris rolling up to the U.S. Grand Prix in a Barracuda. This is cool. I don't think apparently it's not his car. It's probably just one that he's happened to be a part of. But what a cool car. Apparently it's built with eBay. And again, I don't follow F1. It's not my taste, so to speak. I'll watch every once in a while. But so I won't say if Lando Norris is a good driver or not. That's beside the point. Just seeing a Formula One driver pull up in a classic Barracuda like this is cool. And it looks like it was actually may have been built by the McLaren team with parts from eBay, is what I'm starting to gather from this story here. But man, I mean, how cool is that? Just to pull up in a old bear. This is honestly, when it comes to muscle cars, this is my favorite muscle car. the Barracuda. Um, it does stem a little bit from the All American Racer team from the Trans Am series. That was kind of a team I really liked, and the car I really liked, the AAR Cuda. It kind of showed me that muscle cars can be more than just straight line quarter mile drag racers. Um, but the Barracuda still is my favorite Mopar, and other than the Duster I kind of fall in love with here recently too. But Barracuda will always be my favorite. I love this car, and it's just and it's this version of the Barracuda. For those of you who don't know, there was a Barracuda before this. Let's see if I can find an image of it for you guys to see. Of course. So let's look at the wiki here, and I want to show you that first gen. This one. A guy I used to work with when I worked at a Ford dealership in Petersburg had this style Plymouth Barracuda, first generation. It is a body, but his was modified. His was a quarter mile car that he drove on the street essentially. But yeah, this is what the Barracuda originally looked like. I think it was based off of what was it based off of from Dodge? A Valiant. That's it. I was trying to think of what it was. But yeah, this is what the Barracuda used to look like. This is not my favorite Barracuda. And yeah, here's a second gen. Kind of, again, following along with the Valiant. Valiant used to look like that too. But it's the third generation, the 70 to 71 to 74. Really, for me, it's not the 71. It is the later, or excuse me, it's not. Okay, I'm looking like a dummy right now. But yeah, here's another cool fact if you weren't familiar. But there was a Hemi-Cuda, keep in mind, that raced in France at the Le Mans, American Le Mans. But the AAR Cuda was driven by Dan Gurney and Sweet Savage in the Trans Am series in the 1970s. And those cars, as basic as they look really cool. Let's see if they have an image of it. Do they have an image of the AAR Cuda? No, they don't. Of course they don't. So let's look it up. AAR Cuda images. So this is the package that Chrysler built, Plymouth built technically, to coincide with the AAR program, All American Racer program. But the actual Trans Am car looked like this. So Sweet Savage had the 42. I think 48 was the Dan Gurney car, and I think there was a third. I might be wrong, but I think there was like a celebrity car. So somebody who, has some driving talent, but, also was known outside of racing. I want to say they had a third car, but I might be remembering wrong. There may be another brand that I'm thinking of in the Trans Am that did that. Yeah, I think the 48 car may have been Dan Gurney's car, the more I'm thinking about it. But, but this is, it's really basic looking in its livery. But that was what was so cool about this car. I mean, the flashiest part, come on. The flashiest part was on the hood. And it's just that pure 1970s design. Cool. Dan Gurney for president. But it was just, it's a really basic design. But to me, this is still a beautiful looking car. And it had, Panasport looking wheels on it in white. The body, it looks black, and you may look black on your screen as well. But it's actually like a dark blue, almost a dark purple. So that was the other thing that kind of made it interesting, is it wasn't your typical red or blue or very bright color. It was just a understated car as far as color goes, but until you got the hood and to the tailgate panel. Or tailgate panel. Tail panel. But yeah, one of my favorite cars. The AAR Cuda easily still is. This is interesting because I believe the V10 Le Mans prototype, I think... Yeah, see, this is a car that a lot of people will say that made the Carrera GT, which a lot of people don't like that car with good reason. It's probably not the greatest car Porsche has built, even though it's based off of a race car. But apparently somebody has found it, or Porsche had it, and they've actually driven it just to show what it could do. Yeah, here we go. Let's see what it sounds like. Oh, it sounds like a Formula car. That's a shame. It's kind of a shame that it's not in a better spot because you didn't see the car. You could hear it. Boy, could you hear it. Let's hear it again. That thing just sounds... As much as I am a fan... Wow. As much a fan as I am of EVs, and I really am, you know, there's still nothing better than a car that just sounds good. And that car sounds good. Who is that on? Unfortunately, I don't have Twitter anymore. I have a profile still there, but I don't use Twitter anymore for reasons. Oh, you gonna load? Because I want to give the person credit who actually did the video. See, I still have a profile in here. I just don't use it. Davey Owima. So, yeah, if you're on Twitter, obviously give him a like and check this out. Like I said, I kind of wish they put these guys in a better position to not only hear the car, but see it running. Because it's a real shame. Because these old prototypes, you can see they're not very tall. You can barely see the driver's head over the wall. Which, it's good that the wall is that tall because it actually prevents more issues than it's, what's there. But again, it's a shame. I love hearing it, but I would love to have seen it going by as well, and better than this. I mean, and again, it's not because Davey put up a bad video. It was an unfortunate placement of where he was at. That's all it is. But man, that what an incredible sounding car. So speaking of motorsport, let's go ahead and hop into some of this motorsport news. Actually, I'm almost on time here. That's pretty good. Because I was kind of planning on getting into kind of more motorsport-ish news at around 11 o'clock. So this is working out pretty well. And this is kind of big. This is big news, at least here in the United States. Toyota Racing is now Toyota Gazoo Racing North America. So what we used to see were the TRD banners. And TRD still exists. It's not going away. That TRD is the performance shop for NASCAR. So like you see Joe Gibbs cars, you see the 23XI cars, and anybody else that's Toyota from NASCAR, and anybody who was off-roading for Toyota was a TRD driver. They had engines built by TRD. But it looks like that's going to be somewhat changing. So TRD is Toyota Racing Development is still going to exist, and probably just as an engine builder, but the Toyota Racing branding, the TRD branding we used to see on these cars, will now become Toyota Gazoo Racing, which kind of makes sense because when it comes even to the sports car stuff, that's even road car stuff. You have a GR Supra that stands for Gazoo Racing. You have a GR86, Gazoo Racing. There are high performance versions of certain SUVs, at least over in Japan and Europe, they're branded as Gazoo Racing as well. I think we're going to potentially see some Gazoo Racing branded SUVs soon, but I'm not entirely positive on that. That's something I can find out during SEMA this year. But yeah, so what we're going to see is Gazoo Racing as a company and Toyota Gazoo Racing coming over to the U.S. in kind of an official manner now, because they're coming in as part of NASCAR. So yeah, NHRA teams are already under the TGR banner. That's going to be kind of hard to say. I'm used to saying TRG for some reason. Oh, because the Racers Group. That's right. They're an IMSA team. Still are an IMSA team. I don't know what I said were. They still are an IMSA team. So that's going to be kind of confusing from that standpoint. Excuse me. Need some more water. But yeah, the Gazoo Racing branding has been in the U.S. under Formula D, under the SRO, which is the GT America series, if you're unfamiliar with what SRO is, which is, as you can see, it's Toyota competes under the GT4 category with the Supra, or GR Supra, I should say. IMSA also has GT4 classes. That's the I want to say that's the Michelin Challenge. I think it's Michelin Sports Car Challenge. That's what it is under IMSA. So that's the GT4 classes. So if you're unfamiliar with what GT4 and GT3 are, GT3 is a highly modified, but still kind of stock bodied vehicle in sports car racing. GT4 is much closer to what you get off the factory floor with some racing modification done to it. I hope that's not coming in too loud. With some racing modification done to it. The GT3, that's what GT Daytona, that's what GT3 is. So if you've watched an IMSA race and seen that GTD class, where you see Corvettes racing, you see Mustangs racing, McLarens, the AMG, Mercedes, can't remember what it is, but those cars, and the Lamborghini Huracan, I think that's how you pronounce it, or Lamborghini. Anyway, those are GTD cars, and that is under the GT3 rule set. So you can see from those cars that they're still pretty close to what you can reasonably get versus what you see in NASCAR, which is a tube chassis car with a body affixed to it in some ways, rivets, fastening somehow. Again, I actually did a really nice little look into the Mustang GT3 cars, which are based off the Dark Horse. And if you're not familiar with the Mustang GTD, how that program's working, the Mustang GT3 built by Multimatic is Ford sends them a body in white. Multimatic starts building this into a race car. But among those GT3 race cars that are being built, some are being pulled to the side and being built as the Mustang GTD. That's what makes that car so impressive and so truly race car-like for the street. And I've heard some really impressive stuff about it. We'll see how it actually comes out in production. But from a question I asked Joey Hand when I went to Daytona this year, I legitimately asked him, like, what is the difference between the race car and the road car? And it's like, it's not so much that, it's how much the GTD changes from this track-ready monster and can suddenly become tame to go drive on the street back to your house. And that's kind of the neat thing about Ford in general when it comes to performance stuff. If you've never had a chance to really try out a F-150 Raptor, F-150 Raptor R, a Ranger Raptor, or a Bronco Raptor, put them in their most extreme mode, drive around for a bit, and then put them into their quiet mode. It's amazing how pedestrian those vehicles can get. It really, what a Raptor used to be looked at as like this insane off-road machine. But from what I've been experienced with on the Ford F-150 Raptor R, is that when you put it into its most normal mode, it doesn't feel too far off from a regular F-150. It's nuts how much it can change with a flick of a switch. And what Joey Han explained to me about the Mustang GTD, to me, it seems like that would pan out for the GTD. I think I won't be surprised if that is literally the experience we get. Speaking of unique experiences, this is going to be cool. I hope I need to find a way to actually watch this. But if you don't know, the Mazda MX-5 Cup is typically a road racing series based off what was once the Mazda NA and NB and NC are now in the ND generation. But these are typically road racing cars. They're going to go to Martinsville. This is a half-mile paperclip shaped oval that these guys are going to be racing on. This is going to be fun. So so it's on IMSA's YouTube channel, which would be October 26th, so next Saturday. Next Saturday? Let me double check that. Yes, next Saturday. So, and I am encouraging you guys right now, go subscribe to the IMSA YouTube channel and be sure to watch at 6 p.m. Eastern, which will be 3 p.m. here on the West Coast, next Saturday. This is going to be interesting. I think it's going to be, because short track racing is wild in general. If you've never been to a short track race, I encourage you to do it because it's fun to watch. I guarantee you this is going to be just as entertaining, if not more so, because it's a bunch of little 4-cylinder NA cars that are absolutely a momentum type car to race. And to see them going on to something like Martinsville, that's just going to be a blast. But we didn't go into a little bit of sad news as far as racing goes, and that is, this is October 16th, so that was the last time this has been updated, so that was a few days ago. But yeah, Nitrocross has halted its current season. They had already done... Yeah, it looks okay. So it was 4 events they have gone into, and recently it was at Richmond Raceway, which is my old NASCAR home track to a degree, and they had done Utah Motorsports Complex or Campus, whatever they want to call it nowadays. But they stopped, and the thing is, there's no real explanation on the stoppage, because it was I'll say the worst case thing about Nitrocross or Nitro Rallycross was that its TV package wasn't great. I think you had to have a specific cable channel to see it, or you had to watch it online. You had to be aware of it to even know it existed, which is unfortunate because it is an interesting series. Because not only do they do if you're curious what these are, This is the top class of Nitro Rallycross, and they're electric vehicles. Yeah, that's right. These are all electric Rallycross cars. But they also have other versions, other classes, which include. Let me see if I can find it again. So yeah, there's the big class. Here we go. Evo is a stock class. Then side by side and Baja Bugs, which Baja Bugs were fun. These are literally the class. I think are class 11 in score. As a matter of fact, I'll double check that right now. Yeah, so this is what the Baja Bug class is in Nitro Rallycross. Stock class Volkswagen Beetles. Fun cars to watch. But yeah, unfortunately, there's a stoppage to the season. There's no real explanation. This is what they told fans in a blog post 3 days ago, which is when that racer post went up. And the next events are going to be Phoenix, Miami, and Las Vegas, and they've all been on pause. What I find really interesting about that is, I think this Las Vegas round was potentially one that was going to be around 2024, 2025. So they probably would have done it early next year. So like January, February for Las Vegas. So that's kind of a shame. The good news is that if you had tickets, you've been automatically refunded by Tixer. So if you spent money on a Nitro Rallycross ticket, hopefully you have been refunded. If you haven't, reach out to me. Just do it by social media. That's the easiest thing to do. But if you want to reach out to me by email, it's jbannerautos@gmail.com. But yeah, it's really a shame. And looks like Racer got some interviews with some of the teams. And there was apparently a team principals association. I didn't know they had an association. That's kind of like what NASCAR does with a charter system. I know I mealy mouthed that, but what I said was this is similar to the team association that NASCAR has. So, a bunch of the teams come together and kind of form this association, loosely called a union. But yeah, it's obviously they're saying that they're disappointed in what's been announced. And apparently it was something to do with Throw One. So that's the closest we've gotten to seeing what's happened, but nothing really further than changes at Throw One. So who knows what's going on there. But again, it's really disappointing that this is happening because I do feel like Dodge had just entered into Nitro Rallycross with the Hornet. Again, just like NASCAR, the top class of the Nitro Rallycross group is a tube chassis with a body affixed. So there's nothing really Dodge about that except for the body, except for the nose and tail shape and the branding. But it would have been the first OEM to come in and put something like that on a car for Nitro Rallycross, excuse me. And that would have been huge. So it's really disappointing to see that it's just that whatever has happened at Thrill One has impacted a lot of people. So it's really disappointing to hear that. I'm equally disappointed as these guys are. But again, I'm quite curious of what's going on with Thrill One to cause this. It sounds like they just, from what I'm reading into this, and I'm reading between the lines here, um, it sounds like Thrill One just basically ran out of money. I don't know if they've imploded yet, but that's what it sounds like. It just sounds like they've finally run out of money. And like I said, I think a lot of that comes down to exposure. I don't think there was just a lot of exposure for this series. You know, any type of entertainment is only going to be as successful as the audience it can bring in. And again, I don't think they had a great TV deal. I don't feel like there was enough knowledge out there about the series to justify an online only viewership. So I think there was a lot just not going right. So that's, I would imagine that's probably why. Maybe the sponsors they did have were basically just paying enough to be there, and it really didn't go much further than that. There's probably no sustainability in whatever sponsorships they could get, and that's probably tied a lot to just the lack of exposure Nitro Rallycross had, which is a shame. Rallycross racing is a fun, amazing series to watch. Because, well, for at least in the U.S., it's a wild series to watch. In Europe, where it's more popular, it's more like regular circuit racing with just the fact that they both do pavement and dirt, and they usually have what's known as a joker section, which makes the track a little bit longer for those drivers that take it. And it's used as an equalizer. But what made Nitro Rallycross interesting as far as rallycross racing in the U.S. went, they were always jumping. They had a huge feature jump, usually a tabletop, or literally jumping one side of the track to the other over other cars going across like that. So, yeah, there was definitely a lot of thrill going on with how... And there's Richmond right there. I recognize Richmond Raceway right there. That's kind of funny. But, this is a track that's seen a lot of changes too, as far as like audience. They have a big RV section at the back straight now, but they've cleared. There used to be stands all through here and on the back straight, and that's all been cleared out. That how I remember Richmond International Raceway was having a grandstand through here and it being full on NASCAR weekends. But they've changed this track a lot. As far as like ability for people to watch, they've changed it a lot. So anyway, back on Nitro Rallycross. Yeah, it sounds like it's just sponsor money dried up faster than they were expecting, and there's really just not enough exposure to justify any further sponsorship money coming in. So hopefully whatever Thrill One is doing to fix everything will legitimately fix everything. But I don't know. Once you announce something like this, it can be very tough to come back from a pause in a racing series like this. Like, I think the last one that actually tried to do that was, I want to say it was one of the, not Stadium Truck, because Stadium Super Truck's still going on pretty strong, surprisingly. Again, another series that has not a lot of exposure except being tied in with the IndyCar series as a special event. But I want to say it was one of the short track. When I say short track, I'm not referring to oval short track. I'm referring to off-road truck short track. Yeah, there was short course, not short track, short course. Excuse me. I want to say it was Lours Lucas Oil Off-Road Racing Series. I want to say they tried to pause, but eventually it just died. And there was one more that was doing short course racing along with that. There is a new short course series, but I don't remember who that is right now. But again, when you hear a racing series taking a pause like this, that's usually the death knell. There's usually nothing else you can do about that except find a new series. And with Rallycross being as unique as it is, I don't know. I think this is the last we'll hear of the Nitro Rallycross. Actually, that's what it was. I think it was Global Rallycross. Because there was a Rallycross series here in the U.S. before Nitrocross came around. And it was Global Rallycross, GRC. And I think that was the one that had to take a pause. And then it died. So I think we're seeing history repeat in this. Which again is unfortunate. What time is it now? Wow, it's only 11:18. So, like I said, that's as we're coming into the close of a lot of racing series anyway. So there's not super big news other than if you're into NASCAR, that was it was the disqualification of Alex Bowman, the 48 car. And it was due to that car going underweight. And NASCAR allowed a certain amount, but unfortunately it was still lower than that. And that's after letting him completely refill the fuel and completely refill the water system, the coolant system in the car. But it wasn't enough. He was apparently down by many pounds. And when you see, let's see if I can find an image of it. Unfortunately, he took the last two corners at the Roval a bit too aggressively, and his car caught absolute air. Will this work? I was hoping to find an image of it, but I may have to show you video. Hopefully NASCAR won't get pissed off at me. Yeah, hang on. Let me transition here and just show you just how insane this overshoot was. If it'll load. Okay, so that's not working. Oh, here. Here we go. Watch this. So, Alex Bowman is right here. And as you see, he's not in a great position to begin with. But then he goes on the inside and catches air. All four wheels are off the ground. I mean, it's amazing. Watch this. That's insane. Holy cow. And yeah, you wonder why he was underweight. Well, it's probably because he knocked a lot of weight off the car at that point. But apparently NASCAR didn't allow that to be an excuse. And unfortunately, he was found way underweight. And they DQ'd him. So what that's done now is Alex Bowman was in the, I think it's the final 8 that are going into the championship races for NASCAR, because NASCAR is now a runoff series where you narrow down from, I think they do 24 drivers, and now they're down to the final 8, and I think they have a final 4. But right now they're into their final 8, and Alex Bowman, who was once in with that DQ, is knocked out, and Joey Logano is now in, who was looking out. So, yeah, it was that was an interesting bit of news to hear overnight, to hear that Alex Bowman had gotten disqualified, and now he was out of the, not only disqualified from the race, but now out of the great, I say grade 8 because I'm used to Formula Drift, but out of the round of 8, and now not able to go into the potential of looking to win a championship. The other big disappointment about that is not so much just with Alex Bowman being out, being disqualified, but at the time, all 4 Hendrick cars, or is it 3? Bowman, I think it's 3. It might not be 4, maybe 3. Yeah, it's 3 because it's the 24, the 48, the 9, Bowman. So yeah, it's 4. No, I just said 48 twice. But anyway, this would have been the first time that every Hendrick car was going into the round of 8. But with this, that whole storyline got blown out of the water. So now it's just the 24 and the 9. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head if there is a 4th Hendrick car. Now, watch this come to me later. Anyway, so I guess now we can get into some interesting OE news, and it's mostly with Nissan. And I think the big news that my day job broke, and again, that's Motor Trend if you're not remembering or just coming in, that apparently the next Nissan Z could become a hybrid. Now, this isn't a surprise. Unfortunately, we're getting to that point where if you want high performance without going turbo or doing, adding more cylinders, your next potential to make power is by electrification. But we're not going to see a full EV Nissan Z. And that's why they're saying that more than likely it's going to be a hybrid. But the GTR, just as an aside, the next GTR is apparently going to become an all-electric vehicle. So we'll see how well that works. But on top of that, what we may see it come in as is maybe an E-Rev. So what makes this kind of different from a regular plug-in hybrid electric vehicle is that the engine no longer acts as the main driver of the vehicle. Right now, you have your old school, where you have a ICE engine and an electric motor, and they can either run one or the other. So that's your typical hybrid setup. The other version you can have is the similar to the Chevrolet Volt, or now the 2025 Honda Civic Sport Hybrid. That does not have a transmission, and the engine does sort of move the car. It's the way it works is that the engine that's in that Honda Civic Sport Hybrid is connected to an electric motor, and then there's a second electric motor that is connected to the wheels. So you can run an all-electric mode, but if you need more power, say just that single electric motor isn't enough, you can use that second electric motor to provide extra power to the battery, which it can then draw into the primary motor. But there is no true direct connection between the engine and the drive wheels. It's only electrical. That's sort of the same thing that a range extending electric vehicle. It has an ICE engine in it, but the primary role of that ICE engine is to add power. It's a generator. It is a gas powered generator that's being used in an all electric vehicle. Not the first time we've seen this. That was actually an option for the BMW. I want to say the i8, but for sure the i3. So both of those were pure electric vehicles, but they had a small gasoline engine that allowed them to extend the range of the very small battery packs that they were using at the time. Excuse me. Nissan looks to be stepping into that direction with their new PHEV EV strategy. And Scott Evans, if you haven't met him, he's a really cool dude. One of my favorite writers to work with, along with Aaron Gold. That's not to say the rest of the Motor Trend team is lackluster in any way. That's just these two guys. Aaron Gold is, well, for me, for some people, he's potentially a little too much, and he'll admit that. But to me, he's funny. I love the humor that Aaron Gold has as a person. He and I, our humor can match. And for me, I grew up on British comedies because I didn't have cable till very late in my life. So to find anything that was worth watching, I was watching PBS, and my PBS station had British TV shows, relatively old ones too, even when I was watching them. But that's kind of where a lot of my humor was developed, was watching British comedies. So I kind of have that kind of humor built into me. And a little bit of Aaron's humor is very similar. Scott is just a cool guy to be around because he knows quite a lot and is willing to learn a lot. That's what I really appreciate about Scott Evans. And willing to be, again, part of my British humor upbringing. He's not afraid of being self-deprecating goofy. Like I remember one time I think it was for the Ford Lightning. He got up in this. He literally bought a cowboy hat, and I think a flannel shirt. Or he had the flannel shirt already. I don't remember which it was in the story, but he had those, and he wore these at this Texas truck event for the Ford F-150 Lightning when it launched. And he was willing to be on camera with this stuff, and it was funny. I loved it. But yeah, this Scott was in Tennessee to go cover this. But apparently that's the direction that Nissan wants to go with its electrification strategy. And I'm not going to be surprised to see more OEMs go this route. Like, they still want to have EVs, and EV is not going to go away. In fact, EV sales have actually been doing better than what you see reported by the anti-EV movement. It's still not great, but all car sales aren't great right now. And the bad thing is, EV gets tagged in with that, but they're making the most noise because they're the most controversial and the newest. A lot of people, some people that are just getting into cars and EVs are probably looking at this like how can people be like this over an EV? They were like this with hybrids when they first came out. The hate for the Toyota Prius was astounding. Some of you may be too young to remember this, but a comedy skit that Top Gear did with Jeremy Clarkson was taking some sort of either a chain gun or some sort of rotary cannon of some sort and blasting the hell out of a Prius. South Park got onto it, talking about the smug. It's kind of like smog, but it was the smug about being this big cloud, and it was all brought in by people who drove Priuses. EVs are getting the same hate for the same reasons. It's twofold. It's political and it's just ignorance. And it's an ignorance stemming from change. Like, this is new. This is changing things, and I don't like it. That sort of ignorance. It's not really an ignorance from unacceptance, because I think once people actually do try an EV, they eventually see, oh, this really isn't as bad, and it's actually a lot more fun than I give credit for. And I'll say driving an EV for me personally is fun. And I'll tell you why. It reminds me of driving two things. One, I grew up with RC cars and slot cars to a degree. Mostly the Tyco off-road truck slot car thing. I had that as a kid. But when it comes to driving an EV, it's kind of like driving an RC car. It doesn't make the battery drill sounds like a lot of people. Oh, it makes no, nothing. Plenty of you have heard, rather not heard, an EV. The noise that you do hear from an EV right now is mandated federally because for people who are blind, if they rely on hearing things. So an EV being silent, or at least very, very quiet, because they're not really silent. You can't hear an EV over the ambient noise of a city or anything, really. So they are required to have a noisemaker of some sort. Yeah, I think that's a good thing. I do think they should have some sort of noisemaker, even if just for the simple fact that it makes for an interesting aftermarket experience in the near future. Borla was trying to do that with they had a sound system developed for the Mach-E, and it would make noises range not only inside but outside as well. It ranged from anything from a supercharged Chevrolet V8, ironically coming out from a Ford Mustang Mach-E, to a Mustang Cobra. I think it was a Cobra or Cobra R, but I don't remember which one it was. But it was a Cobra of some sort. And then they had the ability, or working on the ability, to create your own noises, create your own sounds. So, I think there can be an interesting aftermarket thing for EVs in that regard. But anyway, so yeah, a lot of the EV hate is the same hate we saw with hybrids when they first came in. But right now, I think we will see more hybrids coming out in the near future. Right now, the biggest challenge with an EV is battery capacity and the weight. Right now, to get the capacity that you really want, you need a lot of batteries. Unfortunately, the battery technology right now, that adds quite a significant amount of weight. Even though that weight is very low, and it's still a lot of weight to deal with. And it does cause some tire wear issues because, again, you're carrying much more weight than you would with a regular car. But at the same time, what a lot of people don't realize is that the weight of your typical mid-size SUV EV, it's not far off from what a truck is right now. Trucks are heavy too. So, a lot of the complaint about weight comes from many different sides. It's not just EVs, but all vehicles have gotten heavier for one reason or the other. But what's nice about And a range extending engine in an EV is that it can allow you to reduce the battery capacity that you need, because now you have a generator running in your car to bring power to the batteries. But you're also not running that engine for very long. So the overall emissions have been reduced versus a regular ICE vehicle. Now, if you talk to somebody like Johnny Lieberman, he will argue that PHEVs are the wrong choice. And I can see his argument in that to a degree. And it does kind of, there are some things that it will teach you that are not great when transitioning from an ICE engine to an EV. A lot of it is not realizing that one of the biggest advantages of an EV is the fact that you can plug it in at your house if you have that capability. I'm one of those that doesn't, so I see a little bit opposite of Johnny Lieberman on PHEVs. I don't think they're a bad idea. They're great. They're great in between for somebody who wants an electric powertrain but doesn't have the ample opportunities to take full advantage of what an EV can bring to the table. And again, that is being able to charge it from your place of residence. Again, if you have that ability. I live in a duplex and I rent. So I do not have the capability of installing a 240 outlet outside so I can plug in. I don't even have access to a 110 outlet outside. For me to get power outside, I have to drape an extension cord out of a window. That's not going to work. And I will say that I do have a few, being in California, I do have a few extra opportunities to go out and charge outside of my house. Just down the road from me, there is a Tesla supercharger station of sorts that would allow me to charge a vehicle if it has the ability to connect via the supercharger, if they have access to it, either by having the port or by having an adapter or being able to connect to the Tesla app. And what I've learned and what Scott has, through Scott, is that the Nissan is going to be one of the ones that's getting the NACS charger. That's the North American Charging Standard, aka the Tesla charging port and handle. Sorry for hitting my microphone again. So that's great news from Nissan, but the only thing we don't know from Nissan is what they're going to do for the Leaf. The Nissan Leaf uses what's known as CHAdeMO in nomenclature, in parlance. I can type it, but I can't speak it. And here, this is what CHAdeMO is. CHADEMO. It's a standard that was really brought about by the Japanese auto manufacturers, but really the only one that stuck to it has been Nissan, and that's with the Leaf. Because if you look at the Ariya has the SAE 1772 and CCS combo. That's that big port. Let me show it to you for those not familiar. So when I say CCS and J1772, that's what I'm referencing is this plug here. We can see it better here. This is currently the most widely accepted charger connector in North America. And this was developed by the SAE. This up here is how you would charge using your AC power system, so your house power system. And down here is the DC section, direct current. That's what that means. AC, alternating current, DC, direct current. And direct current is the fastest way to charge these batteries, because these batteries that are in EVs are DC. They then get converted to AC to run the motor through an inverter. But originally, we only had this port to charge, and the charging was basically the maximum that your house outlet could do at 240 volts, which was 30 amps, I believe. So I think the max that gives you then, actually should be one of these that shows you. Where's the Open Engine 2 tab? There we go. Okay, so it does not show you. Okay. So basically, it's a slow charge. And that's actually, technically a slow charger is better for any battery charging anyway. But I will say Engineering Explained actually had a great video recently on why DC fast charging isn't as degrading as you may be fearing. Does it degrade it still? Yes, it does. DC fast charging will always be harsh on the battery. It's just that it's not as harsh as we were potentially thinking. That's why now, when it comes to battery life, and I made this point on Threads, that one, as long as it isn't abused, which is pretty easy to find out because we have sensors and data and recording those data points in the ECM. And two, if it's water cooled. That's the one big thing about the Nissan Leaf and why I probably wouldn't buy a Nissan Leaf used. Its battery pack is air cooled. Most every other EV, including the Aria, uses a water cooled battery pack. This not only keeps the batteries cool, but it actually can be used to condition the batteries. So it can make charging a little bit faster and a lot more consistent. And what we're finding is as long as you can keep those batteries cool and consistently ready to be charged, the battery life is actually much longer than we were fearing. Most people were thinking, oh, it's going to last not even the entire life of the vehicle. Data now shows is that no, we're actually getting anywhere from 10 to 15 years, worst case. Now, if you're a Nissan Leaf owner, that's a little bit different. It's air-cooled, so it doesn't really have a way to condition itself. It doesn't have a way to keep itself cool while it's charging, even with CHAdeMO. There are no cooling channels. It could potentially overheat. As a matter of fact, most of the cars that they were looking at with highly degraded battery packs were Nissan Leafs in places like Arizona, New Mexico, and places like that, where it gets really hot, and you're already getting really hot by DC fast charging through CHAdeMO. So if there's one thing I'm hoping Nissan will also do, if they happen to, when they will bring the next generation Leaf out. One, I hope it gets the NACS charger because it is a much smaller charging port and charging handle to deal with. And two, they finally water cool the frickin' batteries. I have never understood why, and it's not just Nissan. To be fair, Nissan is not the only one that does air cooling on their batteries. Motorcycles do this. Any EV motorcycle, that's why they can't take a DC fast charge. They are all air-cooled battery. Excuse me. They are all air-cooled battery packs, and that's just not great if you want to try and do a DC fast charge. Their other issue, of course, is capacity because you can only pack so much battery pack in a motorcycle frame. Even when you make the battery a part of the frame, there's still only so much you can do before it gets too big. But I do believe if somebody finally gets the sense to put water cooling battery packs into a motorcycle and able to DC fast charge it, even their range won't be too bad. I think the longest motorcycle range I've seen for an EV motorcycle is roughly 100 miles, maybe 110 miles, or maybe some that could do more. That's believe it or not, it's about the same as a Nissan Leaf. Well, an old Leaf. An old Leaf was like 150 to 200 miles. I think this current generation is 220, 250. Let's take a look. And probably, yeah. Okay. So this one, according to Google's AI, it's 150 for the small pack to 215 for its bigger pack. So not bad. Originally, this used to be a whole lot worse. As a matter of fact, let's look up what the 20, what year would have been 20. Let's go 2012. Yeah, they were rated for 73 miles originally. So this is how small the Nissan Leaf battery pack used to be. Some could get up to 100 miles, I'm sure. And there was also an issue with the original Leaf battery pack. I think it was the 2011 models. They had a recall for their battery packs. They had because of a bad range. But yeah, so yeah, I'm glad to hear Nissan is finally going, not only going to CCS, but I'm really hoping, or CCS, going to NACS. And hopefully that goes into the next generation Leaf, because it'd be great to have a Nissan Leaf with not only NACS, but also a liquid cooled battery pack. It needs it. And then I think the final thing I will talk about before we get into Mechanic Simulator is this. Apparently, the next generation Forester and Crosstrek will be getting a hybrid finally. That's and one of our SUV reviews, at least with the Crosstrek, was the complaint that there was no hybrid version. Now Kirstein, that's a guy I actually work directly with. He's actually one of my editors. But one of the chief complaints we have about even with the Crosstrek, but even the Forester, is the fact that Subaru really does not have a hybrid powertrain. And it looks like that's going to be changing soon because they need it. In order to start being a little more competitive in the market, they need to offer some sort of PHEV or some sort of hybrid powertrain. You know, and here's the strange thing. The Crosstrek was available with a PHEV up until 2023. But then the most recent model change, they got rid of it. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a smart move for Subaru going into it. Because, again, the Crosstrek is, for as small as it is, it's a great little vehicle. If you're looking for just a really decent get-around small SUV, the Crosstrek is pretty good. The only problem is it's very minuscule when it comes to its cargo area. That's a very small cargo area for even a compact SUV. The new Nissan Kicks has more cargo area than this thing has. But it's still a very popular SUV and still very capable. It's a decent off-roader for its size. But yeah, if it wants to continue to be competitive in this market, in this small compact SUV market, it needs a hybrid. It just does. So I'm glad to hear Subaru is actually finally going to do that. But the thing that I really wish they would improve is the BZ4X. Oh no, that's the Toyota. Anyway, it's a sister car to the BZ4X, but it is a Subaru. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head now. Anyway, that's been another disappointing EV from this conglomeration between Toyota and Subaru. Not a lot of range, not a lot of room. I barely fit in the darn thing because of my head. And, you know, and then with the Crosstrek, like I said, it's really disappointing that it does not have a hybrid option. And especially the Forester. That's really disappointing to not have a hybrid option and it's mid-size SUV segment. And yeah, I know it's weird to call this an SUV, but that's what Subaru calls it, so that's what everybody else considers it. I think even the EPA considers this an SUV. And yes, same thing with a Crosstrek. Even though they are just really, really large, station wagons. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what they really are. Though I'll admit, the Crosstrek now, or not Crosstrek, the Forester now does look more SUV-like than it used to. You used to could make the argument that the Forester was still a station wagon, but nowadays, no, it's gone way more into the SUV look. Taller roof line, a little bit bulkier stance with the fender extensions and things like that. So yeah, I would say this is now more of a proper SUV. This one you could still argue is a station wagon, a small station wagon. But yeah, so that's kind of the news that's coming up now. Now I want to get into something a little different for me. But to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put you guys in the pause mode, as I will call it. And let me get this going. Hopefully it'll work right. Take a second for this game to load because okay, you can kind of hear it in the background. That's unfortunate, but whatever. But what I want to do, let's make sure this is actually going to work. Oh, yeah, that's right. I need to tell this to get out of full screen mode once it gets to that point. Okay, there we go. Actually, do I need to take it out of full screen mode? Maybe I don't. I do need to Alt-Tab. Alt-Tab. There you go, here. Now let's see. Will it work? Okay, you're not working. Why are you not working? Oh, that's why. Might help if I, No, it's still not working. It's not the right one. Okay, let's put you back in the pause mode here for a second. Give me just a second. Okay. Now, okay, it's working, but I do need to make an adjustment. There we go. Okay. So let's transition. All right. So yeah, this is Auto Mechanic Simulator 2021 with some additions. Now I've played this through pretty far in. Oh, that's right. I got nothing in here right now. Whoopsie. Anyway, what I want to do is kind of introduce this game simply because, again, I have a background as a mechanic, and just when I first got into this game, I was like, it's a video game, so there are some things that are, kind of, I don't know, they're gamey. But I started thinking about it, it's like, this is a great way to introduce people into auto mechanics because there is quite a bit of, I won't say realism, but there's quite a bit of overlap between being a real mechanic and this game. But it looks like I need to get a car. I swear I had another. I still can't believe there's sprinting in this game. but no stamina. I could have swore I had a car to just junk around. Tells you how much I've done to prepare this. Well, I got that Viper in there, so tell you what, let's pull this guy in. Oh yeah, it's a Viper with a Ford engine. Well, I'll say and I bet this engine probably makes more power than a V10 Viper now. So I wanted to move the car to the first lift. Here we go. So, okay, so first thing you're going to notice is that if I were bringing this car in, I would quickly realize I would need to do something to put it on the lift a little bit easier. If I were to actually kick this in, this part of the lift would hit the rear tire. So what I would probably do is move this in as far in as I could, then kick this in, drive it forward, and then set it up. But unfortunately, as you will see here in a minute, hey, work. Yeah, see, it just clips through. It's video game. And it is kind of funny. It just goes to this one level, but whatever. Anyway, but yeah, that's not. Ooh, that's the other thing I would try and find a way to get around is lifting the car up so that the side skirt doesn't hit the lift arm. That's no good. That would get complaints from the customer if I was doing this in real life. So yeah, this is probably one I would have to probably put an extension on that little foot there after lifting this car up on probably on a set of ramps of some sort, like race ramps. Put them under each tire and roll up on it, because that would be the only real way you could clear this and then be able to put an extension on here. But I think in real life you would be able to fit that car in a lift. I don't remember the last time I lifted up a Dodge Viper on a 2-post lift like this. But anyway, yeah, so obviously there's, like I said, there's just stuff that kind of gamifies this, but yeah, you wouldn't see what is supposed to be a Dodge Viper with a Ford V8 unless somebody decided to do a custom build. And this one's sitting, well, it's sitting behind the axle still, but it's sitting quite far forward. Anyway, but yeah, let's go into why this is a great introduction to auto mechanics for people who have some interest in it. The first thing, obviously is the lift and the fact that you can, now no lift that I've ever worked on works in stages like this, but that's neither here nor there. So now we're in the wheel. Now what I would have here is typically a 3/4 inch or 1/2 inch impact gun, which is what's making this noise. Like, work. Okay, I'm trying to remember what the button is. Nope, that's not it. I can't remember what the button is to get into disassemble mode. I thought it was that one. I can't remember the controls. Hang on. What was that? Hang on. What was it? Oh, I can't remember what it is now. But I know you go into here. Ah, that's what it is. Now, the impact noise. This is what this is going to sound like. Now, taking off in that pattern you just saw wouldn't be a big deal. But I'll show you what this does in a minute. So now I want to reinstall it. Part mount. Here we go. So we're going to put it on here. Yes. Now, the thing I won't do, as as a former tech and as I was a tech, you don't put the wheels in this pattern. See how it's going one then the other? The real thing you would do is actually go, if you're starting with that bolt at the very top, you would go to you would skip the one it's doing now and go to the next one. And then you would skip the next one to install the wheels like that. So what I'm talking about is called a star pattern, and this is for any vehicle. And by the way, I don't think a Dodge Viper uses wheel bolts. I think it has studs and lug nuts. But again, I believe this is a game that's made by people who are more used to European cars. So the star pattern is I would start here, go down to here, go to here, here, and here. That's the star pattern for a 5-lug. The other problem with this game is, unfortunately, when it comes to wheels and tires, is that every vehicle is a 5-lug. That's not true. The Dodge Viper specifically is a 6-lug, just like a truck. So this is wrong, but again, it's part of that gamification to make it entertaining for everybody. You can't make everything specific, and I think there could potentially be some copyright issues with this one, but they've just recently did the Jeep and Ram DLC, so they should have had the rights to this car. Now, here's another thing. I just was astounded that they have this in the game. So now, I would be doing this in real life, obviously, but it's really cool to see this in the game. Now, okay, obviously the clipping isn't good, but the next part that I do wish they would do is make you take the other bead off. Actually, I wish they'd make you use the whole machine itself. So you see this here, that's this is all correct as far as what I remember from mounting wheels in my day. So even this here is correct. This is how you break the bead of the tire from the wheel. The bead is that group of coiling right here that's makes the inside diameter of this tire, and it mounts to the inside lip of that wheel. You have another bead on the other side that mounts to another wheel. If you're not familiar, I have a video on wheels and tires as far as like the parts go and how they work and interact with each other on YouTube. So it might be a good one to look at. But yeah, the first thing you would actually need to do you wouldn't be able to just throw the tire on just like they did here. And like I said, you would actually start by letting the air out of the tire by removing a piece known as a valve core. If you look at your little valve, it's another Schrader valve, and two, there's that little pencil needle that you probably see on the inside with like a little rectangular shape that flanks that needle. That's the core, and you remove that to deflate the tire, and that's the quickest way to do it. You could do it by just airing it down from holding that in somehow, but the fastest way is to remove the valve core. Once you do that, you would then take it over here and use this to break the bead on at least one side, if not both sides. I usually end up having to do both sides because that's just easiest. Sometimes the back bead can be just as stuck as the front bead. But once you break those down, you then bring this arm down like you saw a minute ago, But there's one other thing you would need, and it's known as a tire spoon. You would use that to not only go under the bead, but start it to go on the horn of the tire changer. So as you saw, once you get that started, it pulls the rest of the bead up. Now you would have to also do that on the back side of the wheel and the bead. Now, another thing kind of specific to this kind of wheel, I would probably do what's known as a reverse mount and flip this over and mount the wheel with the face down. Because usually when you have a wheel like this, the wheel well, not this. There's an actual well. Again, I described this in that YouTube video I mentioned. There is a well that's inside of here that allows you to move the tire around for mounting. So let's go ahead and take this off for now. Kind of wish you would let me look at the tire. But yeah, here's some regular tires here. But this is all just flavor. These are here for the game. It doesn't matter. Now, let's go ahead and install the rim on the tire, or tire on the rim. And here, this is kind of correct in that you would have the bead, again, go on the horn, but this time instead of lifting the bead up so it comes off of the wheel, it would actually start seeing the bead under the wheel and mount the tire. And again, you would have to do this for both sides of the tire. The next thing you would do, of course, is then inflate it using an air chuck, which this tire machine doesn't have, but in my shop I probably would have an air chuck there. And then you would fill this tire. First, there should be, and there's not, but there is an air blast setting where you basically punch, as you're trying to inflate, you punch this pedal down and it sends air on the back side of the bead to try and help seat everything, because sometimes it doesn't work. Other ways you can try and help set the bead as you're trying to fill the tire is to literally put the tire on the ground and kind of squash it down a little bit to get the bead to kind of flare out and seat as you're filling the tire. But once that's done, you can now take this off, and now you go over here to this thing. This is a tire balancer. Now you can see that there's little things in here. These are tire weights. These are the stick-on type. And there's another type, I'm guessing that's what's supposed to be in this box, that clip on to the rim of the wheel. You don't usually see this on aftermarket high-performance wheels. And usually there's two types. There's one made for an aluminum wheel, and there's one made for a steel wheel. And the difference is the little clip on the back side of the weight is tighter and smaller versus the aluminum wheel. But if you have a high performance wheel like we have here, you would use these stick-on weights. Now, let me go ahead and mount this. Now, oops, I don't want to do it yet. Now, on this particular setup, with this particular wheel, I could get away with putting weights here and here to balance the tire and the wheel. Because, unfortunately, tires do develop high spots, and that causes vibration. Now, if this was a customer that actually had this as a good-looking performance car, they would not want wheel weights to be shown on this wheel face. So my next way of balancing the wheel is by putting weights all on this inside. And these wheel balancers have the capability of showing you where to place them if you're putting them all on just the inside of the wheel. Though this one's pretty wide, you could probably get away with putting all your wheel weights here on the inside anyway. Another thing you can actually set this up to do is put the wheel weights, even the stick-on weights, where you can't see them, where they're mostly hidden by your wheel spokes. That's not always true, but you can sometimes do that. Now, this wheel balancer game is actually not far off on how you really look for where to mount wheel weights. Now, unfortunately, this is only showing one side. Like I said, kind of makes sense in this case. But yeah, this is not far off from how you would literally use a tire balance machine. You would spin the wheel to this location, like I'm doing here, and on the machine on screen, it would show you where to place the weight. So you place the weight here. Okay, now you need to move the wheel again, place it here. Okay, this one needs 3 weights, so you place it right here. That is not far off from real life. That, again, this is just so interesting as somebody who is a mechanic to see these two machines work like this in a video game. So let's go ahead and put this wheel back on now. Oh yeah, I need to go into, oops, not that one. There we go. Part mount mode. Yes. And again, I'll go in a star pattern on this case. I wouldn't do that. But yeah, that's literally how you would, very close to how you would mount and balance a wheel and tire in real life. That's, again, for a video game, that's really cool to see that kind of detail. I do like, now, here's something, if you play the original game and you want to try and see the site for making sure your fuel or your food levels are right, unfortunately, it would not allow you to do this level of freedom that I'm doing right now. See how I can move around? Unfortunately, the unmodded game wouldn't allow this. You were stuck in one spot. Kind of makes sense in real life, but then again, the fill level would probably be somewhere else on this bottle. But yeah, and you see that it says cold fill range. That's real. That's something you would really have to pay attention to as you're trying to fill coolant. As the car heats up, the coolant level in this reservoir would actually drain down and become lower because you're trying to that's just what's happening. You're starting to use up more of the fluid only because of how water contracts and expands as it heats up and cools down. Same thing here with the power steering fluid. Not all bottles will look like this, but in this game, again, it kind of, for simplicity's sake, it does generalize a lot of these components. But again, yeah, there is a real sight level that you would be looking for on your power steering fluid. Sometimes it is a dipstick. That's what the cap will have. And you see this cap doesn't have that, so this one has a sight glass, and some do. Some power steering fluid reservoirs do have a sight glass. Though nowadays, many power steering systems are not hydraulic like this one is indicating. For this particular year of Viper, I think it does have hydraulic fluid. I don't think it was electronic, so this might be still accurate. And then the blue bottle here, that is windshield fluid. But it's still nice that they do include this in the game. Now this one you won't find a max and minimum. Well, you would find a minimum, but you wouldn't necessarily find a maximum on a washer bottle because it's just washer fluid. It just gets used. So you would just top this up until it's overfilled, basically. And going back to the coolant, now some reservoirs are pressurized, and that's why this reservoir here is actually a pressurized system, because you can tell because of the way that radiator cap is done. It's done like an old radiator cap, I should say. So that spring is a pressure bypass. So if this reservoir starts to get over a certain PSI, I think most of them are around 16 PSI. Some may be higher than that, some may be lower. But regardless, 16 is about the average. And once that hits, this will lift up and then actually start flowing out of a nipple. In this case, they didn't quite put a nipple there. So what will happen here is coolant will overflow out of the radiator cap in this case. And yeah, I do call it a radiator cap, even though the radiator is over here. But there are many cars where this is now a pressure vessel instead of it just being the radiator. So again, something that's kind of accurate, even on American cars. I used to normally see this on Japanese and primarily on European cars back when I started working on cars. But more and more American cars have gone to the system because it's just a more universal system, I suppose. I would say there's no real right or wrong way to do this. I would say this is mostly out of convenience for this particular car, especially since the radiator looks like it's probably covered up by, well, no, not in this case, but in a lot of cases that radiator is covered up by a valance of some sort. So that would make sense why it would potentially turn the reservoir bottle into a pressure vessel when you're trying to design this car. Brake fluid, same thing. There is a minimum and maximum because as you use your brakes, that changes. So as you put pressure on the brakes, that would start to go down. So you would have to fill this to a maximum line. But of course, you don't want to go too low, which is why there's a minimum line, because there's a decent risk that you could start using too much fluid and eventually start pulling air into the system. That's the biggest risk of a low brake fluid reservoir, is that there is that potential to start introducing some air. But really, the most of that contamination is done when the brakes overheat and it starts boiling this fluid. It's a fluid, so it does, like all fluids, it does have the chance of boiling over. That could not only introduce water into the system, because that does, as it boils, it and then condenses back out, and there could be water in that conversion going from boiling fluid, from not boiling fluid to boiling fluid. So yeah, that's pretty accurate, and you would need to look at that. Again, the good thing about this mod I have, you can kind of move around, but reality, there would be a fluid fill indicator on the side. You can actually see it most of the time. I will say there is some risk that some vehicles don't have that. Now, let's talk about why, and this is accurate, seeing two lines coming out of the brake master cylinder. That's what this is. This is a brake master cylinder. This is a vacuum booster. We're getting that to in a second. So it is very common to see OEM cars come with two lines coming out of the brake master cylinder. The reason is this is one of these lines feeds the front brakes, while the other line feeds the rear brakes. And this is a safety thing. Unless you have two master cylinders going to each individual circuit, so one for the front, one for the rear, and you see that in race cars. You will see two brake master cylinders. One feeds the front brakes, one feeds the rear brakes. But if you're doing a single cylinder, like you see most cars do, you need a way to ensure that you have brake control if something happens. Let's say the line of the rear brakes gets cut right at the caliper or something. Well, that then makes the rear caliper, a rear brake circuit, it won't work anymore because there's now no way to put pressure onto the rear brakes. So you've lost your rear brakes, but you still have a way to stop because your front brakes can still become pressurized. Now, there is additional risk in this. Unfortunately, as you're trying to use your brakes, if you have that hole or cut line, unfortunately that fluid is going to continue to pour out of wherever that damage is. So there is, again, that risk of using too much brake fluid. So if you do legitimately come into that kind of a situation, try not to stop too often and go very slow. Best case scenario, honestly, is just call a tow truck. Now this one shows an external fuel filter. That's what this red thing is here. That's a fuel filter. And that's not an uncommon shape and design for a fuel filter, but they come in many shapes, many sizes, many designs. Depends on the needs of the fuel filter and a fuel system. But to see it located back here on the firewall, that's not always accurate. Usually it's somewhere else. You could be in the tank. It could be under the car somewhere. There are many places, and there are times where it is in the engine bay, but that's not always the case. But I'll say this location would make it so easy to do service on because it's just right there. Let's get back to the brakes for a second because I should mention how this works. Now, like I said, this is a vacuum brake booster. So technically, when you're using your brakes, you aren't really using a direct feed. Now, in an emergency situation where the vacuum brake booster fails, yes, it will move enough for you to hit the little actuator that's on the back of this master cylinder. But in reality, there is no direct connection in the sense of a lever, an arm going from your brake pedal straight into the brake master cylinder. The reality is that this arm that's connected to your brake pedal goes into the brake booster and is connected to a diaphragm. When you move that, it uses engine vacuum to make moving this side where there's pressure much easier. Because as you press on this side, you're introducing atmospheric pressure on a side where there's vacuum. So this vacuum system makes it much easier for you to push the brakes. And if you're curious on what that really feels like, push the brakes when the car is off. Unless it has an electronic brake servo, you'll find that pushing the brake pedal becomes very, very difficult. And that's what this vacuum booster does. Like I said, modern cars are starting to come with electronic servos that take the place of this vacuum cylinder or vacuum booster. This goes into the fact that some cars are becoming hybrids, so they need a way to create that boost. So many of them are using a servo over a vacuum. Or in the case of something like my Mini Cooper, where it's turbocharged, it uses a vacuum pump, and that will actually pull vacuum instead of from the engine. It'll pull vacuum from that pump, so you can get that boost to use your brakes. But again, if this fails, the fail-safe is that you can still press the diaphragm enough to push the cylinder on the brake master cylinder. You see this here. This is a relay box. And yes, this is not too far off what fuses and relays really look like. Though in this case, not all relays look like these. Not all fuses look like these. There are actually mega fuses in some cases where they have a large... They're made to take a lot of amperage. Like you see this... it's very rare to see a blade style fuse up to 100 amps. And that's what those numbers are. That's the amount of amps it takes to, or the amount of current, I should say, because electricians will get mad at me. The amount of current this can take before it causes a failure. And inside of these fuses is a little piece of metal that is calibrated to that amperage and will burn out. If you've ever seen a burnt fuse and you look and see this little horseshoe thing on the inside, I can't remember if this will show. Oops. Oops, that's a shopping list. Let's see if it shows that. No, it doesn't. But usually, oops, I just took that out. Let's get back in. Ah, okay. Let's put you back in. Yeah, and even this detail shot. Usually, if you look between those two blades there within that purple body is usually more translucent, or it has a sight window in it. Usually it's a translucent plastic. It's not a solid plastic like you see here where you can't see through it. Because inside of there is an indicator of when that fuse blows. Now, that's not necessarily always going to show you when a fuse blows. Sometimes that little horseshoe piece I'm describing doesn't always blow in a way you can see it. So what you can do is you can take a multimeter and put it into continuity mode. When you get a multimeter and you stick the two probes together and it beeps, that's continuity mode. You can use that and put it across these two little small bits of metal here, and that will show you or allow you to see if the fuse is in fact blown. Because sometimes it looks perfect, but suddenly there's no power there. So you can use your multimeter in continuity mode and listen for that beep to see if it's truly blown or not. Now let's put this relay back in. Now, I really wish it would let me have a true 3D view of a relay, but it's not far off from what most common relays would look like. And yes, some of them will have the circuit diagram, and that is the diagram for a relay. If you look, there's many numbers, and most relays are commonized. I can't remember what the term is for that. But you'll find that almost all relays have similar numbering on these tangs, on these blades that are sticking out at the bottom here. But what you're seeing in the circuit, the big box thing that's just above that, looks like a barely of a 2-digit number, has the box with a little line through it. That's indicating a coil. That coil gets energized between the two leads that are there. If you see there's a second number above that coil, that energizes and will pull the line that says 100 right there. That will pull over and activate the relay, either in a always or constant on or constant off. I think that's how it's termed. I can't remember. Basically, a relay is a electronic switch. And if you're familiar with electronics, you'll hear things called MOSFETs. Electro Room just did a video on MOSFETs. Great explanation on how they work. But before MOSFETs, there were relays. That's what this is. So when you energize that coil, that switch flips over and basically puts the circuit on for controlling whatever you need. And it's a great way if you need a low voltage source as a trigger, but are trying to pull a high voltage or high current system. A perfect example of this is is a fuel pump. So the ECU can only put out so much current. It's limited to 3.3 volts, 5 volts of current, what those can pull. It's not enough, but your fuel pump needs a full 12 volts. So in order for your ECU to use that 3.3 or 5 volt trigger, it uses a relay. That relay, when it gets triggered, will then connect its internal switch that's connected to the positive and negative of the fuel pump leads, which needs 12 volts, and will turn it on. Again, that's very basic how I'm describing it, but that's accurate. And again, this being a relay, they call it a type B, but there is no real types. There are shapes, Um, and some relays are kind of generalized, but as far as how they're describing it, not really. Um, so yeah, now I'm going to go ahead and call this car done. Now let's see if I can find. Let's do a restoration, and maybe we'll make this my Saturday thing to do. Oh, here we go. We'll put you in parking. Okay. Uh-oh. What just happened? Oh, must have just. Huh. Okay, whatever. Let's go find a car at a junkyard now. Whoops. Okay, eventually I'm going to get this right. So, let's see. Junkyard. I don't know if there's other junkyards, but this is the only junkyard that I have. Well, once it was. What the frick? That's new. The game never did that here we go thing. That was weird. Anyway. And that was a jump. What the heck? Anyway. Tell you what, let's make it something kind of fun. Let's make it that typical hot rod story. Huh. So that's a Dodge Ram in this game. Oh. Oh, game, you janky. Anyway, I want to try and find the quintessential. Oh yeah, yeah. So one of the mods I have is the next gen cars. You may see a few, which is still kind of fun. Let's see here. Man, this is going to be kind of boring. Just looking around trying to find a junk car that I want to build. That's not a junk car. I don't think I'm lucky today. At least on this side. I wish I could jump that. Yeah, if you've never been to a real junkyard, believe it or not, this is kind of not uncommon. I've been to some junkyards that were like this. That I'll just put it that way. But the cars on the racks like this is different. I don't think I've been to a junkyard with cars on racks like this. All right, let's keep going here. I need to find something. Well, I mean, I can find something somewhere else, but it'd just be nice to find something here at the junkyard. Nope. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh. New Z. Well, newish Z. This is still, yeah, say 370Z. Huh. Well, that's a shame. I was hoping to find something out here. But I will say, this game kind of lets you do a little dumpster diving here. And lets you find interesting stuff. Let's see, is there anything I wouldn't mind grabbing? Yeah, because I tell you what, this will allow me to show you something else that this game does that's interesting, but not entirely correct. Yeah, let me grab that. Yeah, definitely let me grab that. Yeah, let's grab that then. Yeah, let's get the CUDA. Okay. Alright, tell you what. Now I need to leave so I can buy these parts. I think it's up. Oh, maybe it's not. Oh, yeah, here we go. Turn the garage. And, yeah, buy parts. Alright. Give it a second. There we go. Oh, wrong thing. Let's go to a barn. Really wish I could close that window, but it's okay. So, hang on, I'm on Alt Tab here for just a second. Alright. Yeah, I just want to check the stream real quick, make sure everything's still going good. Looks like everything's going good. Anyway. So yeah, let's go into this barn. I know it's probably asking a lot, but there's plenty of holes in the roof that I don't think I would need a flashlight, but whatever. That's old. Well, that's a generally old F350 steering wheel now. Kind of shows you where this, about the time frame this game has kind of put itself. Yeah, let's get that and that. At the very least, I could sell those. Ooh, so let's grab that. Grab that because those are probably cheap. All right. Now the big thing is I'm trying to find Aston Martin. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, well, that's supposed to be a BMW 3 Series. You can tell the grill doesn't quite match, but everything else does. Oh, what is this? Oh, this is a Renault Clio. And as a matter of fact, this is the what's that special one with the rear drive? I think, because that's an engine cover. Oh gosh, I don't remember what that one is. Clio V6. I think it's just as simple as it is. Anyway, let's see how much that Aston was. Oh, huh. I didn't know you could turn your flashlight off. How much is it? They want $57,866. I can afford that. Put in the garage. Oh, let's see. Ooh, case. Yes, there are. I do have the Ferrari DLC. But I was hoping to find. Probably need that. I probably need that. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. I was actually hoping to find a few parts to restore as part of this little venture I'm doing. Well, parts restored are specific to that Aston. But I don't think... Oh, I might get lucky. I check this. No. DBX. No, that's not it. That might be it. We'll see. Alright, I've done all those. Actually, I'll tell you what. Oh, Jaguar engine block. No. I mean, I know it's being kind of goofy on looking for specific stuff. Yeah, what the heck? We'll keep that. Mostly just trying to see. I'm also trying to see if I can get another little loot box that they have here. VQ. That's for that 370Z. Oh, I forgot they have Mini Coopers in this game. Or I downloaded it. No, I think that's a mod. Sorry. Huh, I have to look for those Mini Coopers then. Alright. I kind of want to take this. Yeah, how much is it? Yeah, I'll get that too. Put that in the garage. Okay, I think that's it. So return to garage. Yep, that's fine. Actually, there's one more spot I went. I shouldn't really be trying to get too many cars. The Aston Martin looks nice. Whoops, wrong thing. Let's go to a car auction. And let's do more salvage cars. Oh, there's a hot rod. I don't want to use that hot rod because I just don't like the looks of it. Let's see. Old Supreme. Yes, I also got the old school NASCAR. That looks nice. Well, it'll probably look nice later on. Let me see if I can find that Mini. That'd be kind of fun to find the Mini. Don't see it yet. Oh, golf. Oh, looks like I'm not going to lucky this time. Okay. Bet you I can find one new. Let's see if I can find one new. I'll get this right eventually. Car salon. Alright. How would you love to walk into a dealership and find an old CJ just sitting brand new? Actually, I'm curious to see how much this wants for it. Oh, they only want $64,000 for it, which actually, the more I think about it, that's probably accurate. No. Alright, well, I hope to find a Mini, but oh well. Maybe I'll find one next time. Alright, let's get this Aston into the garage then. Move. Put you on a lift. And actually, you know what? No, let's move you. Let's move you to, yeah. So this shows you how long I've been playing the game. If the credits and the level system didn't tell you, yeah, I have everything unlocked. So Let's take it to the car wash. And yes, wash the car. Wow, this thing. Usually the barn find vehicles they put them in rougher shape. But this one isn't bad. Again, talking through the game. Let's wash the interior. Honestly, probably not a bad thing to do in real life. You know, when you first get a project car, is just to clean it, because then you kind of see what's really bad. Let you see what, potentially where real leaks are at and stuff like that. Now, here's something I'm gonna move this car. Keep hitting the wrong button. I'm gonna move this car to not the dyno, the test path. Now, here is something I have never ever seen in my career as a mechanic. This is a literal rolling road. Well, here, I'll show you. I can't remember. Do I have to start this? Oh, okay. Wait, what? Oh, I guess I can't do that. Oh. Yeah, I really can't do much of anything. Okay. I tell you what. I can show you what I'm talking about here. Let's move this one back to lift 1. Okay. Go out here. And let's... Oh, no. I want to move. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. So technically it's in a parking spot. That's what it is. Okay. Now, I keep hitting the wrong button. All right, let's move you to the rolling road. Okay. Oops. Hate when it does that. Okay. Oh, why is it not here? Where did it go? Did I accidentally send it to the dyno? No. And it's not in the paint booth. Oh boy. What? What's it doing there? Oh, who knows? Move the garage. Hit the wrong button. And go to test path. Oh, I hit parking. I know exactly what it did. Okay. Yes. Okay. So as I was mentioning, and also this sounds really nice and very loud. Wow. Very loud. Anyhow, this is a literal rolling road that, well, I'll just show you. I've never seen anything like this. So here it tests the brakes, which I have never seen done before. So you pull forward again, and you hold the brake, and now it's going to test the suspension. Other than a NASCAR or race car test facility, I've never seen that. And again, we're going to test the rear suspension. I mean, if this exists in real life, I would love to see it. And yes, that car is very loud. But yeah, apparently, okay, so I could kind of see this working in real life, because all you have to do is power these and then test your brakes that way. But then again, no, that wouldn't really work. Then this I guess that could work if it's. But man, I have never seen anything like that in real life. Now we're into. I've definitely never seen anything like that in real life. Um, so now we can do an alignment on the car, but here's the thing: the it shows this little lift that you would lift this up to potentially raise each axle end up to make your adjustments. But in reality, you don't really need to do that. There's usually a little plate that sits under each wheel. The rear one can be kind of long just to accommodate multiple wheelbases, but the front has a circular plate. And if you're doing the old school stringing, you can use the little indicators on here. But chief thing you want to make sure of course, is your steering wheel straight first. But let me show you the. So this is again not wrong. Now it is wrong technically in the fact that this is sitting at 0. In reality, you don't necessarily want that because it could, believe it or not, a straight 0 alignment on every wheel could potentially increase wear. So the thing I would say that this is potentially doing is saying that this is 0 from the spec, but in real life, you would want to see those numbers. You want to see something, and usually it isn't by it is by degrees, but there's also you can see it in inches. So it's and what you're doing in this one, and you can see the line kind of moving back and forth there at the very bottom. You're setting, in this case, you're setting the toe. So. And this is where, again, the string setup I'm talking about would come in handy, or would be used, because then you would basically set your front toe based on your rear toe. No, I'm sorry, I got that wrong. You would set your toe with a pair of strings, and you would line up against the body. That's what it is. I'm sorry. I'm thinking wrong. So you would line up against the body and using it as straight as you can get it. And you would measure out the strings and make sure they're straight. But what we're seeing here is toe. So let me show you. This positive toe they're showing you here, I would call that toe in. There's not really a negative or positive, but whatever. But what you're looking at here is toe in. And then as we swing this back around, what's showing here as a negative, that is toe out. And it's all based off of how you're looking at the vehicle, like you're looking at here on the screen. So if the front of the tire is pointing more towards the center of the body, that is toe in. Toe out is the opposite, where the front of the tire, as you see it here, is pointing towards the outside of the car. Same thing for rear toe. This is toe. As the front of the tire goes out, that is toe out. As the tire goes more towards the end, the front of the tire goes more towards the inside of the body, that is toe in. But as you can see, it kind of does look a little different between front and rear. And again, it's because you're doing a front tire versus a rear tire. Now, the only things this does not show you is setting up what's known as camber. So looking at the tire from straight ahead, negative camber is when the tops of the tires are pointing in towards the body. And positive camber is when the tops of the tires are pointing out towards the body. Now, let's say we're looking at this from that front end perspective. Ignore the generalized car body here, just so I can give you a better indication. If we're looking at this from the front of the car, let's say that we're looking at the headlights in this image. The tire going in like that is negative camber. When you swing it back out, that is positive camber. Setting this will determine how flat your tires are to the road. But here's the thing you have to remember about a tire. It is dynamic. It moves. That even though you may not see your sidewall crumpling in or out as you're making a turn, that tire is moving just enough that a straight up and down camber like this might introduce tire wear. And that is because your car, it's not set up to take that potential of the tire moving as you're driving. Again, your tires, they are rubber. They are dynamic. Any amount of load you put to the tire, doesn't matter how little, will make that tire move. Excuse me. Another thing this doesn't show is a measurement called caster. Now, caster is, for you as a general person, relates to how the wheel will self-center as you're driving. Now, think about as you're driving your car and you make a turn, and then you let the wheel, you gently let go and let the wheel slip in your hands. That is self-centering. That is mostly down to caster. But caster does a little bit more than that. Again, with your tire being rubber and being dynamic, when you add load to it, as you're turning your wheel, depending on which way you go, let's say you're making a left-hand turn, your wheel, due to caster, will not only turn left, but also start to camber. Now, generally, when you make a left-hand turn like that, the left-hand tire will lean to the outside more as you're turning. The right-hand tire will lean towards the center of the body. Think of it like a motorcycle. As you're making your turn, you're leaning. That's essentially what caster is doing to your front tires. The rear tires don't do caster as much. Generally, when it comes to the alignment of your rear tires, it's all by the linkages. Your front tires are a little more dynamic because they have to turn, whereas your rear wheels, they don't typically turn. Now, there are four-wheel steering vehicles, so then caster does kind of come a little more into play into them. Not as much as the front end, but it can still happen. And with the rear tires, most of the adjustments you're going to be doing are your toe and your camber. And a lot of that can be determined by the linkages. So as you squat, your tires may lean in and toe in, or could do the opposite. They could do toe out and lean out, or lean in and toe in. Again, it all depends on how the linkages move and their arcs. And again, that's the same thing with the front suspension. Even with the McPherson strut, as the suspension moves, it's doing all kinds of things to your tires. That's why alignment is so critical on making sure that your tires wear like you're supposed to. Because every time you hit a bump, every time you turn, every time you gently turn into a corner, you accelerate, you brake, everything. These wheels are moving. They are dynamic. And that's if you want to talk about, STEM, the perfect thing to teach almost everything in STEM is a car. So much engineering, tons of technology, chemical reactions. This is the thing that makes cars so interesting from a science standpoint. I feel anyway. I mean, heck, even think about aerodynamics in this, lackluster fake wing. Anyway, let me show you something else that's again really coolly included in this game, and something I had to do. Yep, aiming headlights. Now, this is pretty close to how it's done in real life, but you would have a lot more indication than what this is giving you. So the way I've done this is, since this is a left headlight, I would generally try and bring it more to the center here, and have, because this is also not showing if this is high beam or low beam. There's no indication of this. So high beam obviously would turn. It does technically make the light brighter, but it also does one other thing. It actually changes where the light is projecting, either by using an upper filament or, in some cases, with like LEDs, turning on extra LEDs. I don't think there's one that actually moves a headlight to do high beams. There used to be, way back in the 20s and 30s. That was how high beam was done. It would literally flip the headlight up. But I would say that's good for that one. This one I'll probably go a little more this way. And I call that done. So again, I would say this is not inaccurate, but because it's not really indicating to me if it's high beam or low beam, it's not super accurate. Though I will say that if you get the beam direction correct on low beam, high beam will follow, because it's all on the same housing usually. And again, with most cars having LED headlights now, aiming is almost non-existent. When you used to replace, like halogen bulbs in some cases, but mostly in the sealed beam era, so old school headlights, you should, if you replace a headlight on those, you should adjust them, because there are general differences within how a sealed beam headlight was made. Not all of them are made the same. They're close, but there's still enough to put in a headlight alignment out of whack. But yeah, this is not too far off, and this is actually how one of these machines would look. The headlight would shine here once you've aligned it correctly, and there are ways to tell you that. And then what this isn't showing is that you would look, and that, see this here, this pattern here is what you would see up here, or potentially, I guess it may have like a little flip screen here, and that would show you the pattern. To get off on a semi-tangent here, going back to alignments, also all Alintro, that's not a real company, which clearly there's no real companies in this game unless you mod them in. Anyhow, so this is a laser alignment machine. Ironically, not how the laser alignment pads would look. Basically, there would be reflectors that look like QR codes. They're little panels that have a certain pattern done into them, and they will be mounted to your wheels here. So 2 for the front, 2 for the back. Then this, once you told this computer to say, hey, check my alignment, these would start to flash, and they're infrared. So these little dots here are little infrared LEDs, and these cameras are designed to read the reflection from the little QR code looking thing that would be right here back to these cameras. One would be used to compare the rear. One would be used to compare the front. And these, even back when I was working as a mechanic, so we're talking early 2000s officially, but really I'd started when I was much younger than that. But even these machines were super accurate. It you could just bump the tie rod and it would change. It would read how much you changed the toe with that little bump. But yeah, that's actually how an alignment machine really looks. And unfortunately, the only part about this game is that it only shows you how to do toe. And even then, I would argue the way it's showing you how to do toe is not correct. But otherwise, I'd call it very close enough to being accurate. Oh, that's something I didn't realize. This has an OBD2 code reader in here for some reason, along with another OBD2 code reader. So that's going to be one for your computer, which you obviously have a laptop here with TPM. That's a callback to IBM, I'm sure. But anyway, or you can have a handheld one like this one. Many modern shops and dealerships are basically, all the diagnostics are now done by a laptop. It's not a handheld reader like this much anymore. I'm guessing these are, well, some of these are patents. Some of these are just, looks like old articles of some sort. You probably wouldn't see that on a real shop post-it board, but, you know, you can do what you want. Now, as far as an independent shop, it's kind of rare to see one with a paint booth, but I was mentioning a paint booth earlier during the stream, and you know this is a paint booth. This is where your car would come in and get painted. Now you see this grid on the floor here. Now, if this is set up correctly, you can see this is kind of foamy, fuzzy looking roof. That's not by accident. This is how a paint booth works. This is known as I think it's called downfire or downwind, something like that. Anyway, air is coming from down up here through these filters and goes down into the floor. The floor then pulls that air out and should go to a system somewhere. Looks like it goes through here. But yeah, that's how air comes in through here and goes down through here. And that helps not only with laying the paint out, but it also helps clear out some of the VOCs and dangerous chemicals. You still, as a painter, will want to wear your PPE or your protective equipment. So like the face mask, a clean suit, I think is what you can call it technically. Another thing, you're seeing these lights set up here and here. Accurate. That's a real thing for a real paint booth. I probably wouldn't see the paint and equipment in here like this. These would probably be outside, and you would bring it in because you don't want paint getting on your stuff here. Now this is probably used to hang doors and other body panels and stuff like that. Same thing with this. But again, I wouldn't see any of this. I have no idea what this is. Master Blast. No idea. Detailing equipment? No, that would not be in here. This would be anything that's in here. You would want to. You need to be willing to sacrifice to have paint put on them. Obviously, you still want to try and be careful not spraying in this direction if you can help it. But even paint mixing. Yeah, you would be doing that in here, just like all of this is showing. That's a spray gun. Again, here's the PPE I was talking about, the mask. This is an air compressor. For this shop, that's tiny. I know it looks massive to you and for anybody that's a home shop, but for even a shop of this size, I would argue this is a small air compressor. You would see one with a much larger tank at the very least. But yeah, that is an air tank. I have no idea where that line is going. But yeah, that's a spray gun. So once you've gotten your paint mix, because you do mix paints, some of the colors you make, you have to add certain amounts of certain colors to create the color you're looking for. So once you've mixed them, you would then pour the paint into this cup here. Usually they don't have it. There's actually a little stand that you would use to hold that up so you can pour the paint in there easily. What else we got here? Yeah, these are paint cans with these little tops on them. Those are for stirring. Some paint racks will actually do mass stirring like this. So you slide the paint can in, it then connects to a little drive that's up here, and then you'll keep these constantly mixed. Because paint has pigment in it, and pigment will flow out and settle to the bottom unless you keep them constantly mixed. You can also, looks like it's actually a scale. I can't really zoom in close, but from the looks of it, that looks like to be a scale, and that is a way you can measure your paint out by scaling it. Right, putting empty cup on here, tearing it out, pour your first color into the amount that it says on whatever your paint mix code is. Then grab your next paint, pour in till it hits that number, and so on and so forth. These blue mats, I would imagine, if we're thinking about car stuff, that's probably how you would. These are probably like tire and wheel covers. Spray paint, yeah, you might see that in a shop if you just need to do a small thing or tiny stuff. In reality, probably not. Buffing and detailing, yeah, you would probably see that in a paint shop, but not in where there's paint. These should be up here or up here. This stuff should be separated, honestly. I know some shops don't, but in reality, you should separate it. That just looks like tape, so it's whatever. Let's go back inside because I did show something. Now, if you only needed to, let's say you're doing a two-tone paint job like what this Viper has, you would shoot down your first layer, which in that case would be, I would probably do the blue first, and then to prevent overspray, or even if you're just spraying something and want to prevent overspray in general, you would use this paper with some tape on the end and lay it on the car to cover whatever part you don't want to see overspray, or if you're trying to lay down, say, like a two-tone body line, a stripe, or whatever. You can do this with this wherever you need to achieve the look or thing you need to achieve. Let's see, what else is there in here? I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, a lot of really cool stuff that does accurately portray being an auto mechanic. And it's why I kind of love this game, to be honest. I'll tell you what. Here's something else. Scrap. Okay. So this has a weird scrap system that allows you to salvage parts. The way this is doing it, I wouldn't see a real shop do this. Basically, it's just a fun little mini game to get you some bonuses towards improving stuff. See scrap needed. That's what this is for. So you get the way this scrapping game works. Well, let me show you. And again, this is not real. So as you can see, there's 3 bars that you could hit. One gives you 1 piece of scrap currency, I guess. Another will get 2, another will get 3. So, okay, I only got 1 on that one. So I got 2 on that one. And there we go. I got 3 on that one. I got 3 on that one. Good. Oops. And then you can upgrade stuff, apparently, in this game. Well, I say apparently. I've been playing this long enough that I know that it's saying it's improving the quality. That doesn't happen in real life. I don't know what this is trying to insinuate, but this is not something you would do as a mechanic or even as just any type of repair in general. Generally, if you get a part that's basically as good as that part's going to get. I mean, if you're modifying something, maybe, but real life, no. And here's another thing that's kind of outside the realm of real life, and that's coming in here. There's several things that happen in here. Oh gosh, I can show you something really cool with this. But here, this is allowing you to restore things. Yes and no. I can kind of see this. You know, I could see this by doing something like with this subframe or front suspension cross member, as you're calling it here. It's a subframe. The most I could see with this is blasting it with media, like if you've heard of sandblasting, that's what that means. Maybe straightening something out, which will require a lot of work, or the other things that you would do, you actually do on the lift in this game. So I wouldn't call this accurate, but here's what you're doing. Again, it's another slidey game. So you're aiming for the green, and each time you get more towards improved. So for the game, if you're running low on money and can't buy new parts, for this game, this is a great way of getting parts that you need. So I'm willing to sacrifice this one. Here's what happens when you fail. You trash it. Which, honestly, probably isn't wrong. If you get something wrong on a restoration, yeah, it's pretty much dead. That's not entirely true. You can fix many mistakes. So, yeah. So let's get this one fixed. Oh, there we go. All right, I'm all done. Now over here, they separate it to body parts. So these tables like this one, I think this one too, yeah. But if you go to this, yeah, see, this is a weird bending brake. I have no idea what's going on with those rollers there. This is the English wheel. This you'll see this in restoring shops that do body work. This is made to put, well, it's done. It does a lot of things. You can put beads and stuff, but the biggest thing for long body parts, like say a fender or a hood, you can use that to make a curve. So if let's say you're trying to build a fender, you can use this. You turn this wheel and it puts pressure on this wheel, and as you pull whatever sheet metal you're pulling through here, it'll take the curve of the die. So turn this, adds more curve, turn this, puts more curve into it, and you're slowly putting a radius on whatever flat piece of sheet metal you're working on in here. Now, I'll be first to admit, I've never actually worked with an English wheel before. I just know this generally. But as far as I know, how I described it is accurate. I'll let somebody comment on that. Well, that's interesting. Looks like somebody's making a die, but yeah, it doesn't make sense. I guess going back to this is a bender. So what you do is you put your flat piece of sheet metal in here, and then you would use these two hooks here to lift this lower jaw up and put a bend into your sheet metal. or whatever metal you happen to be working with. What's weirding me out is that this looks like it's trying to be a bead roller, but it's if you pull this up, that's not moving. Yeah, I have no idea what that part is, but this part here, that's a bending brake. So if you put a bend, doesn't matter how much of a bend you may need, but you would use this, and usually there's little teeth, for lack of a better word, but they're little separations, so you can make smaller bends, bigger bends. Like say if you're trying to make, the most common thing to see these on, these little teeth things I'm trying to describe, is like you're trying to bend a box. So if you're trying to bend the box, you would have a tooth long enough to make one corner, bring it over here to make the longer corner or longer end of the box, yada yada. But if you're just doing just general flat work, yeah, this would work just fine. And yeah, you can actually home make one of these with just using some angle iron. Lots of tutorials on YouTube on how to do it. It's really simple. I actually need to make one myself. Anyway, let's see. Angle grinder. I don't know how many of you are not familiar with an angle grinder, but it can also be considered the death wheel, because if you use the cutting wheel on it, it's a very thin piece of abrasive material, and if you don't do it right, or you get a really cheap cutting wheel, it can fly apart. There are very massive horror stories with accidents with these things. But if, honestly, 100% truthfully, if you use the tool correctly, it'll never give you trouble, mostly. But yeah, let's go into here. So, again, I would argue that this is probably a little bit much for a general shop like this is supposed to be. But again, it's a game. So, not quite. One more. All right, there we go. So, and that's how you repair body panels. And the funny thing about this game, it includes making repairs to headlights, taillights, window glass, mirror glass. Yeah, things you would have to get new parts for. You couldn't fix them like this does. Anyway, tell you what, let's get back to this guy for real quick, because get this lifted up here. And again, this is going back to this 2-push lift here. This is not inaccurate in how it looks and how it operates to a degree. I guess that's technically on the frame. If this was a unibody car, these feet here would be on the pinch weld or on a subframe member if it has one. Some unibody cars, and I'll have to figure out a way to explain unibody somehow. Basically, if you see, like, okay, this is a terrible example because an Aston Martin doesn't really have this. I believe they are framed cars, at least the one like what this is supposed to be. But see how this is the frame, the subframe, and it connects to the body. And in some cars, there is another frame back here. Not all, but some. So that's technically what defines what a unibody car is, or a unit body. I've heard it called that too. Basically, the body is the main structure. All of this is all the chassis. So everything you see out here on the door, on the fenders, the pillars here, even the pillars that go across the roof, the entire greenhouse, and everything that's pretty much under here, that would be that would make up the unibody and essentially make your body part of the frame. Where this, unfortunately, you don't see cars made as a entire frame because you would need to attach stuff like the suspension parts. A little bit hard to do that, and especially if you have to remove an engine component or anything like that, you would need access. And unfortunately, if this was a whole unit, if this was connected to the body with no way to remove it, you couldn't really, facilitate proper repairs here. So anyway, I want to show you guys. So let's take this off. And this might be accurate for the Aston Martin, honestly, but I don't know. I don't know this old Aston all that well. Okay. So now, let me describe what you're seeing right here. This is, when you hear people talk about your brake system, this is part of what they're talking about. This piece here, this blue colored and rust colored piece, there's a reason why it looks like this, by the way. I'll explain in a second. That is a brake caliper. In this case, I can tell it's a single piston because of this large cylinder back here. I think in reality, it might be single piston, but I would imagine it's more two piston. Performance brakes would have pistons on both sides. You can have a two piston with a piston on each side, but most performance brakes are going to be described as four piston. There'll be two pistons on this side of the rotor and then two pistons on this side of the rotor. You can see six pistons would be 3 and 3, and etc. I think the most I've ever heard of is 12, and it belonged on an SUV with massive rotors. Okay, so let's go ahead and take this caliper off, and it's telling me to remove 2 bolts. That is mostly correct. Okay, this one needs there's a way of spraying. There we go. Not WD-40, by the way. I know it can show WD-40. No, it'd be a rust penetrant of some sort. But yeah, removing 2 bolts to remove the entire caliper like that is accurate. But you wouldn't take the whole bracket off. You would just take the caliper off. There would be 2 bolts, maybe 4, depends on who's made it, but usually it's 2. There would be 2 bolts either coming straight off just like you did here, or they would come from the top. So not entirely accurate, but if you're removing the entire assembly, that would be the caliper and the bracket, that's accurate. Now, the next thing I'm going to be removing are these things here. These are brake pads. If you ever heard anybody talking about your brake pads, that's what they're talking about. These are squeezed onto this rotor, and this is a vented rotor. Just going through some more descriptions here. So these pads, by way of that caliper, are squeezed onto this rotor, and that's how your brakes work to stop the vehicle. In the technical term on how this works, you're creating heat. The friction is transferring the energy that is spinning this rotor into heat and dissipating it out into the atmosphere as heat. So that is the technical and crude scientific explanation on why your brake pads work with your rotors. Now, just heard me say this is vented. That is a reason for this for being vented. That heat is also transferred into this rotor, so that heat has to be dissipated somehow. What you'll see, won't really see it. Yeah, I can't really see it on this. Maybe I can. No. So this is the rotor hat, and what you'll see on high performance cars is a duct that will go through here and generally aim into that hat. It won't necessarily go onto the caliper. It'll mostly be directed to this hat, because what this rotor is doing as the rotor moves with the wheel, there is a high pressure, low pressure situation. as this rotor moves, it, for lack of a better word, these vanes are slicing the air. Again, that's a crude way of putting it. But once you do that and it moves to the next, let's say, position, well, now that sliced, again, not correct, but the best way I can describe it, sliced air needs something to fill it. So then that means there is a low pressure area right here. Once the air in this pocket here that's created by these vanes, that's higher pressure than the air that's now missing here. So then it gets pulled out and gets vented out the atmosphere. To enhance that, a high performance car will have a duct that takes air from the front bumper or valence or whatever you want to call it, and forces air through the hat here, and then will add more pressure to this area, forcing more air out and making cooling much better. So let's take these brake pads off. Yeah, it's easy. Honestly, that's the other thing that's not true to the real life. The brake pads wouldn't hang there. They would still be on the bracket, which is why you don't normally remove the bracket. And let's go ahead and take this rotor off. Now, the cool thing. The thing I never thought a game would ever replicate. This, they're calling it a professional brake station. Cool, whatever. It's a brake lathe. Basically what you do is you install your rotor, and just like this is somewhat correct. It wouldn't do this well, it would do it automatically, but you would start from the center and pull out. That's how I did it anyway. Some go from the outside and go in, but I prefer to go this way. Okay, so if you've ever seen a machining channel, like this old Tony or A-Bomb 79? Sorry, A-Bomb. This is a lathe. This is absolutely what this is. It is a lathe. There's no difference between this and the lathe you see on this old Tony, on A-Bomb. The only difference is this is a specific design lathe. What you have here are a pair of bits. In most cases, they are carbide, tungsten carbide. These will remove material from the rotor faces. So the outside face and the inside face here. These will remove material that gets built up as you use your brakes. Because that's the other thing your brake pads are doing, is that as you push the brake pedal and the pads get pushed into this rotor, not only are you generating friction and heat, the brake pad material will also bed into these rotor faces. Now, if you've ever had a situation where you hit the brake pedal and you feel the shaking in the front end or feel shaking in your steering wheel, that is an indication that some of that pad material has deposited more in more areas than others, resulting in making that brake shake. So that's what this machine does. It's not, when somebody says a rotor is warped, that's not correct. If your rotor is warped, it's trash. It's done. No amount of flattening out will fix a truly warped rotor. What's happening in real life is material from your brake pads have accumulated in certain areas of your rotor and not in others. This removes that buildup and does take some of the rotor face away. There is a limit to how much you can take off, and it's usually written on the, well, not written, but stamped or molded into the rotor. And that'll tell you how far you can take it. Now, another thing you're seeing on this particular gamified brake lathe and brake rotor is this strap that's going along here. You don't have to put this on. It's a Band-Aid for... It's kind of hard to explain why I say this is a Band-Aid, but basically as you're using this carbide and you're cutting across his face, you could run into chatter. Usually, the reason that's causing chatter is that there is a certain feed and speed, as you've probably heard from this old Tony or A-Bomb. Most of these brake lathes are not that complicated. They usually only turn at certain speeds, and sometimes, depending on how deep you're cutting a material, you could run into chatter because your feed and speed is either too slow or potentially too high. I've not seen a brake lathe with high-speed steel cutting bits. Usually they're all carbide. And these rotors are usually cast iron. I don't think there is... There may be cast steel. There may be some cast steel rotors, but usually they're cast iron. But yeah, anyway, this band here is an attempt to reduce the chatter that could occur. Again, you shouldn't need it. It's a Band-Aid, but it's there and it does work. So let's take this off. And yeah, just like a real lathe, you see this has granulations on the marking here. Yeah, that's again, that's real, but I don't see... Okay, there it is. So these dials would move these carbide bits in, because you don't always need to take off the same amount on each side. What you'll do is you'll take a roughing pass. So you take that first pass, just touching the rotor, and let the machine work, coming out and putting a face on the rotor. Now, once you do that, you'll then look at the rotor and see if the face is pretty much even. If your first pass is even, you probably didn't do enough. So what you'll then do is cut the surface again. So you'll move the dial in probably another tenth or so. Let it go through again, and then check your face. And you keep doing that until you see a consistent surface on the brake rotor. And that's how that works. You can also do this on drums, and this game actually does allow you to turn drums. It's just that this attachment here would change. Let's see. Can I show that? Let's take you off. Okay, no, they're showing this car with four-wheel disc brakes, which wouldn't be impossible. Or inaccurate, I should say. Crud. I was kind of hoping it would show a drum more I think about it. Anyhow. But, so, wait, do I have a drum in here? No, I don't have a drum. Crud. Oh, fun fact. Kinda. So when I was living in Virginia, and I had a 1996 Nissan 200SX. No, not the 200SX that would be an S13 or S14 or an S12. The 200SX I had was based on the Sentra. So this is a front-wheel drive. Mine was a two-door. That's what made a 200SX, is a two-door. Anyway, I fried the clutch. So I got a new clutch face, or new clutch, okay. The friction material for the clutch. I don't know why I can't think of it right now. The disc. The friction disc. Let's call it that way. And I had to get, a new surface, or new pressure plate. But my flywheel also had material on it. Just like the brakes, you can deposit too much material and cause chatter in your clutch. That's a thing. We didn't want to buy a new flywheel. When I say we, I mean me and my dad. So I won't recommend that you do this, but if you're in a pinch, you can turn a flywheel on a brake lathe. I have done it. I won't say it's correct, but I've done it, and it works. It actually works really well. Okay, away before I get myself into trouble. Okay. So the other thing, okay, I was mentioned for this game, you'll notice you'll see a lot of rust, a lot of brown. You'll also see it on things that don't normally rust. Like, for example, okay, perfect example. This, well, maybe not this one, but let's say this is aluminum. Even an aluminum wheel in this game would show rust. That's not accurate. The reason it shows rust is to indicate, hey, this has age, this has damage, whatever you want to call it. That is your visual indication in this game to say, hey, this is no good. You need to fix it or replace it. Again, there are many things in this game you can replace, or not replace, you can fix. So, oh, I guess, are the wheels that bad? Oh, okay, the wheel was that bad. So, oh no, I know why the wheel. I'll show you here in a minute. So, look again. If you remember, the brake caliper on the front that we took off looked, it looked like this. It was rusty. So let's go over here and cool, fix that. And okay, I'll explain this here in a minute too. So that was the brake pad. That was the brake caliper and the piston. That the piston is what's driving the inside pad against the rotor, and then as it squeezes, it actually will transfer the rotor. It will actually pull the caliper over to engage the outside pad. It sounds complicated. It's really not. Which actually, let's see. I'm trying to think here in a minute. The brake pads. Oh, so this needs to do brake pads. I may have brake pads anyway. Anyway, so just for demonstration, I'm going to mount these parts. So here's the rotor. See, brand new rotor. Even though it's saying it's 100%. Even though I just turned it. Whatever. So here are brake pad. I thought I had new brake pads. Hang on. I have new brake pads. Why are you telling me I need brake pads? Oh, I don't have brake pads. Wait, no, I do. Switch. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Mara was talking about drum brakes. So these are shoes. That's what's doing the friction material. Instead of a brake pad, it's a shoe that pushes out. Drum brake master cylinder, that's what's at the top of these shoes that pushes them out. Here we go. I thought I had brake pads. I'll take 2. Actually, I should take 4, huh? I'll do it later. All right. So let's get back to this installation. Oops. Keep forgetting I gotta do this. Put you on. So let's get to the brake pads. Okay. So just to show again, those are brand new brake pads. If we take again, showing rust in areas it really shouldn't. Look at the brake pad. So that's again indicating that, hey, these pads are worn. They don't show skinnier brake pads like it should. Instead, they show rust. So let's get back to this for a second. And let's go ahead and reinstall this caliper. Okay, so first of all, that is the caliper, and it's showing the caliper with the brake caliper bracket. That's what those 2 big bolts I was describing earlier. If this was more accurate, there would be 2 bolts above that bar-shaped area right on that one side of the piston. Yeah, it's kind of hard to describe. Anyway, so what we have here, of course, is the caliper, and then they call this a caliper cylinder. No, that's a piston. But you can see if you look at a brake caliper piston in real life, it would technically look like this. Even the smaller ones would look like that. That little rubber space at the end, that's a seal. So as you push your brake pedal down and the fluid flows from the master cylinder to that caliper, It goes into the actual cylinder and onto that brake caliper piston. Again, what they're calling a cylinder. Now, the thing is, it is technically backwards. This one in the game. That seal should actually be closer to what we're looking at as the face. Really, that would be on the inside of the piston. Now, it could be that this is a solid piston, but that would not be accurate. There are not many brake caliper pistons that look like that. Usually you see that they are cut out. Again, that's just to reduce weight. So technically that you should see a bore in the center of this diagram, and that seal will be on the end to allow fluid to push that piston out and onto the pad. So let's put that in. And we'll stop there. So yeah, that again, that indicates you see new refreshed parts look, new, and everything else that has rust needs to be repaired, replaced, or refurbished. I guess you can call it in this case. So yeah, again, I know a lot of this is gamification. Again, the indication of rust, that's an indicator as you as a player. Though unfortunately it's inaccurate. And again, it's kind of one of the limitations of making a game like this. And the other thing is, again, you look at this caliper and you're thinking, oh, and the brake pads especially, every car has these brakes. Every car has these rotors. Every car has a lot of these same suspension parts. It does break out some to some degree, but almost everything looks the same. So again, it is a bit of gamification to make the design easier. Look, this is just floating here, for example. Same thing here. Things are clipping through. It's all part of making this a game. So while it does a lot of things right as far as like an introduction to being an auto mechanic and working as a restoration person, it does a lot of things wrong. And like I said, this rusting is wrong. How this lift worked is wrong. I've never seen a literal rolling road. But again, it's all stuff that needs to be done to make this a compelling game. If you made it too granular, it'd be boring to people, You're asking people to accept this sacrifice to make this game a little more fun, a little more understandable, but still potentially teach a few things that are still somewhat accurate. And that's why I enjoy this game. There is enough here that makes this game an accurate enough tool to potentially bring people in to the automotive repair industry. Obviously, when they come into real life, things will change. They'll start to see some of the nuances from the game aren't necessarily the same in real life. Just go to any auto parts store and look up how many parts are actually the same. You'll find that unless you're talking about between make and make, like Ford and Ford or Chevy and Chevy, if you go Ford and Chevy, a lot of parts are not the same. There are a few things that are. Some brake pads are. There are general shapes that are acceptable as between makes. Fluids obviously are, something you can do between makes to a degree. Depends on how granular you want to get on that. Some interior parts could technically be exchanged, but that does require some custom work. Tires, obviously, unless you want to absolutely follow the same thing as what the car came with, which isn't a bad idea. But generally speaking, you can as long as you get the same size and type, you can use any brand tire on your car. Just realize that there may be some drawbacks. Wheels, same thing. If you can get aftermarket wheels, obviously, but you have to be careful that they don't poke out too much and start interfering with body parts. Like in this game, it wouldn't matter because everything clips and nothing really rubs or interferes. But in real life, that would no, that wouldn't work. And as far as like tools go, yeah, that's not a bad thing. Oh, here's something that this game does that I've not really seen a mechanic do. So we have this here. Move this over. Now, if you're curious, this is repairing the frame and the body to a degree. Nah, not really. That doesn't really happen. If you have a frame that needs to be repaired, you take it over to the body shop and they have a frame straightener. You can use this to strengthen if you need to, but at that point you may want to consider, okay, what do I need to really replace? But I won't say it's inaccurate, but I won't say that it is accurate. That doesn't happen often. There are some times when it does. I think the Toyota Tacoma recall and pickup recall where there's a rusted frame. If it wasn't too rusted, I think they allowed repair, but I don't recall. And of course, there's always patch panels, but if you're in an auto shop, you're not doing that. You're trying to get a car repaired as fast as possible so you can get maximum payment for that particular workday. And what I mean by that is, say, let's make it simple. Let's say I'm doing an oil change. Oil change, if you're doing it by book time, is what it's called. That's the amount of time that something like Chilton or some other repair standards people have created to say, okay, this takes this amount of time. This is how much you can bill. That's what that is. That's what book time is. That's how a mechanic gets paid typically. Other times they're paid by the hour, so they don't have to go by book time. But as a service writer, I need to know how much to charge a person per the repair, and that's how you do it. You do it by book time. Trying to think what else. But yeah, but as a mechanic, you might be able to knock out that oil change in like 15 minutes. So if you can knock that out, get the next car in, you can do another oil change. You've now done an hour's worth of work in 30 minutes. But it's not always that way. Some say this, removing this engine here. Well, book time might say that's 4 hours, 8 hours, something like that. But in reality, it might not take that short of time. It might take you an extra hour or two, so you have to find ways to make it up. Sometimes it's with a totally different job, So as a mechanic, that's kind of the name of the game. Now, if you're paid hourly, yeah, cool, whatever. But if you're a mechanic being paid by book time, you're somebody that's trying to maximize time. So, doing this, no, that's going to take too much time. Welding a frame together, no. You're replacing that frame, or you're getting it straightened. You're sending it to the body shop. Same thing with like coming over here and restoring parts. No. You're replacing parts. Now, in some cases, if you can get away with it and it doesn't take too much time, sure, maybe doing a restoration on a part is not a bad idea. It can save your customer some money, but in the long run, no, you're going to replace parts. You're not going to fix them, unless they can be fixed. Now, if you think you can make enough time by fixing it and then putting it back on the vehicle, and it's practically as good as new or very, very, very close to it, sure, do that. And if you're an enthusiast, you have this in your personal garage, yeah, go ahead, do that. Repair, fix whatever you can. Don't necessarily have to buy new. But if you're a shop mechanic and you're paid on book time, you're replacing parts. You're not repairing parts anymore. And generally, the way a lot of these parts are now, you can't repair them. You have to replace them, especially electronic parts. So, yeah, I am actually want to let time run a little bit longer. But I'll tell you what, let me Alt-Tab here. And transition out so you guys can see me now. And let me go back into the game real quick just so I can exit. Yep. All right. We are back to just finishing up with the camera and seeing my pretty face. A few things I do want to talk about. Let me just split. I do have a Patreon, and don't worry, I'm not going to be doing this every week. That's mostly because I never remember I should shout this out more often. But if you go to patreon.com/Carbage and you want to support me there, that's how you can do it. I'm probably going to redo these levels, mostly just to make things a little bit cheaper for people. Because, the $1 one I probably won't change, but the rest of this I probably will. Also, like I was saying, I have a YouTube channel. And if you missed this live stream, it will be up on here probably by Sunday, if not later today. Today being October 19th. Let me see here. So yeah, that's it. Again, I've been doing a few shorts here. I missed putting one up this week because I was trying to get prepared for this and doing SEMA stuff and other stuff around the house. But yeah, if you want to check out some other stuff, the wheel and tire video I was talking about is on here. Should be one of my... Yeah, it's right here. It's called Wheel Tech. Or you can look it up as You're Probably Wrong About Your Wheels. As you see, this was done 5 years ago. But everything in it is evergreen. So whatever you see in here is accurate. I also broke it up into shorts. So you can see this talks about the different parts, all within 1 minute segments. Also talk about tire pressure, warning lights here, and how to use a paper cup as an oil funnel. A lot of people like that. I need to do more of those. But yeah, the actual videos are up here. These are usually my longer form content stuff. So like I've done the Japanese classic car show before. I used to do test drives and things like that. Like I said, I do most of this through Motor Trend now, so I won't be doing that so much. But I may go visit shops like I did here with the Jeepster Commando JK from Synergy Manufacturing. I'll be doing shows like Off-Road Expo, like I mentioned a few moments ago, where I'll talk to people. And this is kind of my plan for SEMA, but in a live stream format. And again, 2019, I was at SEMA doing stuff like that. But again, this time I'm going to be doing this as a live stream. Race events, shops. I went to Automotive LA back when it was cool. Got to do this. This was really cool back in 26 years ago. Not 26 years ago, 6 years ago. That would be 2018. So yeah, it's 2018. Back when I was still living in Gardena. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call it there. So let me go ahead and transfer back out here. Again, for those of you that were able to catch me live, I really appreciate it. I do have a plan to be here again next Saturday, roughly the same time. The 30-minute intro thing I did, I probably won't do again. I'll shorten that to about 10 minutes. I do plan on trying to have a guest on next week. I'm not sure who I'm going to have just yet, but I'll announce that next week as we approach it. And I'll talk about more stuff, including any more news I'm probably see and things like that. But again, for those of you who had joined me live, I appreciate it and hope to see you again next week. If you catch me later, hey, we do these live every Saturday. And again, unless there's an event, but in this case, I'm going to be doing 2 events back to back during SEMA and Super Lap Battle. Those will be my next 2 IRL streams. But that's it. I appreciate it again. I hope to see you guys next week. Bye.